Yeah, he does.
Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us as we are continuing our coverage of New Hampshire versus Dustin Duren. We are back from the vet, and let's get straight into the trial.
Good morning. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, members of the jury, thank you again for your service and your punctuality. As I ask you every morning, because there is a media presence with respect to this jury, please, I would ask you now to raise your hand if you have had any exposure, even if it was inadvertent, relative to any of the media coverage with respect to this matter. Let the record reflect that none of the jurors have raised their hands. Thank you again for your adherence to my instructions. Thank you. And Attorney Kettle's ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Detective Sergeant, you're still under oath, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Detective Sergeant, I'm going to back us up a little bit and just go through in some bite-sized chunks, okay?
Okay.
So we were talking about the incident itself, what Dustin told you about the incident. He said it happened super fast.
Yes.
He said, I mean, there was, again, it was like training to where it was, he said, I mean, there was, again, it was like training.
Yes.
He said, to where it was just grabbed it, cocked, grabbed Elwyn, and then right when I shot, it was just immediately I grabbed Elwyn and like ran out of the house.
To the car.
Yes, I'm doing it in bite-sized chunks here. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
And just immediately ran out of the house and put her in the car.
Yes.
He said after he put her in the car, he sat for a minute talking to Elwyn.
Yes.
He was making sure that nothing had happened to her.
Correct.
He was checking to make sure she didn't have injuries.
Yes.
She didn't.
Correct.
He loaded the car up.
Yes.
He got the kids in the car.
Yes.
He was thinking, at some point I'm going to turn myself in.
Yes.
But first he was going to spend some time with his kids.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
He said he drove to Concord.
Yes.
Once he got to Concord, he sat with Elwyn and Valen again.
Yes.
And at that point, they were both good and they were happy.
Yes.
He called his mom and told her what had happened.
Yes.
And he told her to call the cops.
Probably should call the cops is my recollection, but something to that effect, yes.
He told his mom he was going to turn himself in.
I believe so, yes.
He told her he wanted some time with the kids beforehand.
Yes.
He told you that after he talked to his mom, he turned his phone off.
Correct. Went dark, I believe is what he said.
He said went dark, and he said, I turned my phone off.
Yes.
He said he drove to somewhere in New York State.
He believed it was New York State. Yes.
He and the kids got a few hours sleep.
Correct.
He woke up and initially thought, well, I'll just surrender at a random police department.
Yes.
But then he decided he should probably do it in New Hampshire.
Correct.
And by do it, he was referring to surrendering or turning himself in.
Yes.
So then he started heading back.
Yes.
He decided to go to Concord and then just surrender there.
That was his plan, yes.
But he wanted to just sit down with the girls and just have breakfast somewhere.
Yes.
Just a couple more questions on what Dustin said in relation to his training. Dustin said everything was so fast. It really was like training. It was instant.
Referring to his marksmanship training, yes.
He said it was like muscle memory.
He did say that.
He said it was his training coming out.
He did say that, yes.
One moment. No further questions.
Question, Madam. Sergeant McLaughlin, just 2 questions. How many police stations or police barracks are in Keene?
So there's a state police barracks in Keene, so that's 1. The Keene Police Department is 2, and the Cheshire County Sheriff's Department is in Keene as well, so that's 3.
And to the location where he was originally stopped by, or initially stopped by police, he passed right by your barracks, is that correct?
He even commented that he saw the sign for the state police barracks.
And he avoided that.
Yes,
Now, how many police stations between Keene and Concord?
a lot. You don't expect me to know how many, do you?
No, that
Okay,
many, right?
a lot.
You can't even judge.
And even from the Vermont border into New Hampshire, there's at least Chesterfield Police Department.
Okay. Did the defendant talk to you about whether he had a connection to Concord, New Hampshire?
No,
Now, everything in the defendant's statement, all of the words that he provided to you, that's what he told you, correct?
that's correct.
Anybody else tell you those words?
No.
No other questions?
Recross?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Can Detective Sergeant McLaughlin be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Your Honor, may I approach the monitor?
Certainly.
We would rest. Your Honor, at this time, the state has no further witnesses and we would rest.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, members of the jury, at this time, I know that we just started for the day, but we are going to be taking a break at this point. So I'm going to request again that you retire to the deliberation room. Please do not discuss any aspect of the case. Do not discuss it with any other member of the jury. If anybody does that, please report that to a court security officer. And thank you, and we'll resume as soon as we can. Okay?
All rise.
National trier of fact could find beyond a reasonable doubt the state has disproved the affirmative defense of others, and therefore the court must dismiss all 4 charges. Specifically, Dustin was justified when he shot Caitlyn, and all charges must be dismissed. The state offered evidence that Caitlyn died from a gunshot wound to the head, and that the gun that was shot was Dustin's, and was found in Dustin's car upon arrest. However, the state introduced the defendant's own statements through Detective McLaughlin, which offer enough evidence of justification, and so the burden shifts to the state to prove it was not justified. Dustin told the state in his interview how and why he was justified. Specifically, He described Caitlyn refusing to leave his home. He said Caitlyn was getting more and more aggressive. Caitlyn told him she was going to take the kids away from him. Caitlyn told him she was going to call the cops and have him arrested. Caitlyn grabbed Elwyn and was not letting go. She was again threatening to take the kids. Caitlyn was saying she was going to take Valen and Elwyn back to Minnesota. Dustin tried to grab Elwyn and be like, hey, let go of Elwyn. And Caitlyn just wouldn't let go. Caitlyn had Elwyn in a bear hug, a two-handed bear hug. Dustin tried to grab Elwyn a couple of times. He couldn't pull that much because he did not want to hurt Elwyn. Elwyn was yelling. Elwyn was crying. Caitlyn was holding Elwyn forcefully enough to cause her to cry. Dustin said he grabbed the gun, chambered it, and while grabbing Elwyn, pulled her back and shot. He said it was immediate. He said it was super fast. He said, right when I shot, it was just immediately I grabbed Elwyn. Dustin said everything was so fast, it really was like finger snapping training. It was instant. He said it was like muscle memory. It was his training coming out. He said right when he shot, he grabbed Elwyn, ran out of the house, put her in the car. He sat for a minute talking to Elwyn. He said he was making sure that nothing had happened to her. He said he was checking to make sure she didn't have injuries. He said she didn't. He loaded the car up, got the kids in the car. He was thinking at some point I'm going to turn myself in, but first he was going to spend some time with his kids, and he drove toward Concord. New Hampshire 627-4, paragraph 2 says, a person is justified in using unlawful, deadly force against another person under 4 separate circumstances. And the defense argues that 3 of those 4 are applicable here. When he reasonably believes that such person is B, likely to use any unlawful deadly force against a person present while committing or attempting to commit a burglary. C, is committing or about to commit a kidnapping. Or D, is likely to use any unlawful force in the commission of a felony against the actor within the actor's dwelling. So here, paragraph B is met. Caitlyn used force against Elwyn when she restrained Elwyn in her arms while committing a burglary. She entered, or it remained unlawfully in the building or occupied structure. She did not leave Dustin's apartment when he asked her multiple times. And she did not leave because she had the purpose to commit a crime. She entered and remained, refusing to leave Dustin's home while attempting to commit a number of crimes the court could find. Kidnapping, or 633-4, interference with custody. A person is guilty of a Class B felony if such person knowingly takes from the state or attempted interference with custody, attempts to take from this state or entices away from this state any child under the age of 18 or causes any such child to be taken from the state with the intent to detain or conceal such child from a parent. Caitlyn was threatening to do so, she was attempting to do so, she was refusing to leave the home or release Elwyn. Or the purpose to commit false imprisonment, or the purpose to commit false report to law enforcement by telling the police that Dustin did not have permission to bring Elwyn to Minnesota, or to New Hampshire. Harassment, with the purpose to annoy or alarm another, communicates any matter containing or any threat to kidnap any person or to commit a violation of interference with custody. Stalking, purposely, knowingly, or recklessly engage in a course of conduct targeted at a specific person, which would cause a reasonable person to fear for his personal safety or the safety of a member of that person's immediate family, and the person is actually placed in such fear. And the course of conduct would be restraining and yanking back Elwyn. Theft by extortion. A person is guilty of theft as he obtains or she obtains or exercises control of the property of another by extortion and with a purpose to deprive him thereof. As used in Section 2, extortion occurs when a person threatens to A, cause physical harm in the future to the person threatened or to any other person or to property at any time, or B, subject the person threatened or any other person to physical confinement or restraint, attempting to obtain Dustin's money, extortion would be confining Ellen. Theft by deception. A person commits theft if he obtains or exercises control over the property of another by deception with a purpose to deprive him thereof. Deception occurs when a person purposely creates or reinforces an impression which is false, in which that person does not believe to be true. Attempting to obtain Dustin's money, deception would be telling Berlin PD that he took Ellen without permission. So those are all under paragraph B, where she was committing a burglary. Paragraph C is also met, where the evidence shows she was committing or about to commit a kidnapping. Dustin told the investigators when she said she was taking the kids back to Minnesota to take them away from him. Evidence shows that she was about to commit a kidnapping by her behavior and her words. And paragraph D is met, where here Caitlyn was using unlawful force against Ellen when she was restraining her in her arms, squeezing her while attempting to commit interference with custody in Dustin's home. So she was in his home, she was attempting to commit a felony level offense and using unlawful force. If the court disagrees with those above arguments, it can still consider the crimes of reckless conduct and endangering the welfare of a child. And the state has not provided sufficient evidence for a rational trier of fact to find guilt beyond a reasonable doubt with respect to either of those charges. Reckless conduct alleges that Mr. Duren recklessly engaged in conduct which placed another Ellen in danger of serious bodily injury by shooting Caitlyn while holding Ellen. 2 reasons the court must dismiss for insufficient evidence. 1, the facts don't show beyond a reasonable doubt that Dustin was holding Ellen while shooting Caitlyn. The only evidence the state presented is what Dustin told Sergeant McLaughlin and what Dustin said. Right when I shot, it was just immediately I grabbed Ellen. He grabbed the gun, chambered it, grabbed Ellen, pulled her back out of the way, and shot. The state alleges that this action was reckless, even though we have also heard from McLaughlin's interview of Dustin that he is an accomplished marksman, a Marine, that he's won awards for his proficient shooting, he knows how to use a gun. There was no evidence he was impaired, that he was using the gun recklessly around Ellen, that he pointed the gun at Ellen. The state, in its opening, focused on the statement that his acts were deliberate. Dustin carefully aimed the firearm. He purposely pulled Ellen out of the way. He made sure that she was not at risk. He aimed the firearm away from her. We heard that the gun he used has many safety features and cannot accidentally discharge. In terms of the risk to Ellen, this is no different than if Dustin and a child were at a firing range and Dustin fired, not towards the child, but instead at a target. That would not be reckless. The presence of a child in the same general area that a gun that is fired does not, without evidence that the gun was aimed at or near her, rise to reckless conduct. And third, for the endangering welfare of a child complaint, Your Honor, the conduct or the evidence that the court has heard feels bad, but what the state alleges didn't happen, and what did happen is not a crime. In Ray NK, 169 New Hampshire 546 defines what endangering the welfare of a child means. A person is guilty of endangering the welfare of a child when he knowingly endangers the welfare of a child under 18 years of age by purposely violating a duty of care, protection, or support he owes to such child. So the state's required to prove 2 things: that Dustin knowingly endangered the welfare of Ellen, and 2, that he did so purposely by violating a duty of care owed to her. And so again, the evidence here is that Dustin grabbed Ellen from Caitlyn and moved her out of the way while simultaneously firing 1 bullet in Caitlyn's head. He said, "Right when I shot, it was just immediately I grabbed Ellen." He did not violate a duty of care. He acted out his duty to care, to save her from harm, to remove her from the situation. There is no evidence Ellen was endangered. Evidence is sufficient to prove endangerment if it establishes, and again this is from NK, in re NK, if it establishes that the offender engaged in behavior creating an actual and significant risk of injury to a child's welfare. The state didn't offer evidence of welfare beyond harm to the ear. So there was no evidence that there was any potential psychological harm or anything of that nature. There was no evidence that she was injured. She was complaining of her ear hurting. The doctor told us her pain was secondary to lateral noises. There was no evidence of perforated eardrum or trauma to the ear. There was no outward signs of trauma. Elwyn appeared well-kept and well-nourished. That's what Dr. Robertson said. There was no evidence of the volume produced from the gunshot. We heard evidence of the amount of pressure it takes to pull a trigger, but no one testified how loud the gun was. And the state did not present evidence of how loud a Beretta 9mm pistol is when it's fired. And that's no different, Your Honor, I would argue, that when you take a child to a musical festival with loud music without ear protection. And also, as we know from the evidence that Sergeant McLaughlin provided on direct and again on cross, is that Dustin said, I can see where this is going of like, could it be that I'm endangering Elwyn by what I did? And I would very much say no. And then Sergeant McLaughlin responded, yeah, just to kind of tighten that up a little bit more, you're an expert marksman of some sort in competition. So it's fair to say you knew you were not endangering Elwyn. And Dustin responds, yes, I was not endangering Elwyn. And to follow up, Your Honor, again, they have to prove the mental states of both knowingly endangering the welfare of a child and purposely violating a duty of care. Thank you.
Okay, Attorney Spicer.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state asks that the court deny the motion. In the light most favorable to the state, there has been sufficient evidence provided for a rational trier of fact to find each element of the offenses charged. I'll note for the court, as this court is aware, it's the defendant's burden at this stage of the proceedings. I don't believe that they have met that burden and shown that any of the charges should be dismissed. I will start with the murder charges. The defense argued that there has been evidence presented of self-defense through the defendant's statement. I would not agree with that. At this point, I'll make arguments, assuming that to be true, but I would state for the record, I don't believe that that's true. The defendant's statement established that he told Sergeant McLaughlin that he killed Caitlyn Naffziger very deliberately, that he did so because she refused to leave his apartment, that he did so after a day of arguments about things that they had been arguing by his own testimony for months and weeks. None of the statements that he claims that Caitlyn made the day of the murder, that she was going to take the kids away from him, that she was going to call the police, are things that were new to him. By his own testimony, she had said similar or identical things to him before in other contexts, and at no point did he shoot her in the head. His testimony, I think, was pretty clear, certainly in the light most favorable to the state, that he killed her because she wouldn't leave. He wanted to put her and the kids in the car so that he could drive them to her Aunt Brenda's house. He was in the process of doing that by his own statement. He put Valen in the car seat and got her ready to go. He was trying to take Elwyn so that he could do the same thing, so that he could get her into the car and get Caitlyn moving. Caitlyn refused to let Elwyn go, and she refused to leave. The clear import of the defendant's statements was that was why he killed her. And so, just for purposes of the record, I don't think this is disputed. With regard to second-degree murder, both the knowing and the reckless varieties, there has been sufficient evidence presented as to each element of those offenses, that the defendant caused Ms. Naffziger's death, and that he did so knowingly, and in the alternative, recklessly, with extreme indifference to the value of human life. The defendant has admitted that he pointed his gun at Caitlyn's head and fired it. He has admitted that he knew the bullet went straight through. He has admitted, in essence, that he was aware that his conduct would cause Caitlyn's death by pointing a gun at her head and pulling the trigger, particularly in light of his statements about his own expertise and his own experience with marksmanship and handling of weapons. So I don't think there's any argument there. I didn't hear anything from the defense about this. I'd ask that you find that the state has satisfied the elements of knowing and reckless second-degree murder. Again, keeping in mind that there has to be some evidence of self-defense before self-defense that shifts and the burden moves to the state. Understanding that the state does not admit that that has happened here based on the evidence before us. Even if that is the case, there is sufficient evidence at this stage in the light most favorable to the state where the rational trier of fact could find for the state. The case law in this is somewhat convoluted, so I don't want to misstate the standard, but I'm citing State versus Pennock here, 168 New Hampshire 294 at 307. It's a 2015 case. At the sufficiency stage, the defendant must establish that no rational trier of fact, viewing all evidence and reasonable inferences therefrom in the light most favorable to the state, could have found beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense. And that is an awkward formulation. But I would submit that there is certainly sufficient evidence before the jury for a rational trier of fact to find in the state's favor on that issue that the defendant did not act in self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. I'll refer now to the facts. The defendant must actually and reasonably believe that he is acting in self-defense for any of the various forms of self-defense to come into play. He must actually believe it, and that belief must be reasonable. The facts here show the defendant did not believe he was acting in self-defense. The defendant shot and killed Caitlyn. He then packed up several days' worth of clothes, got in his car, and began driving. He certainly told Sergeant McLaughlin, "My plan all along was to turn myself in." He never, in fact, turned himself in. He was arrested at gunpoint and pulled out of his car. The defendant spoke for 2 hours, as we saw, with Sergeant McLaughlin. At no point in that statement did the defendant tell Sergeant McLaughlin, "I acted in self-defense." At no point did he tell Sergeant McLaughlin, "I did what I had to do. I didn't want to kill Caitlyn, but I had to do it." Words to that effect. At no point did he say the word kidnapping. At no point did he say anything indicating he thought Caitlyn was kidnapping the children. This kidnapping is a fabrication that the defense has presented here. The defendant himself did not believe it, and that's what the evidence shows, certainly in the light most favorable to the state. There is no evidence that the defendant believed it was necessary to use deadly force to defend himself or another. The defendant told Sergeant McLaughlin, when asked, that Caitlyn did not threaten him, did not threaten Ellen physically. No physical harm threatened. The defendant's actions, I think, further, beyond what he told the police when he had an opportunity to tell them why he did what he did, and failed to say that he acted in defense, or acted in self-defense, or acted because he thought Caitlyn was going to steal his kids, or acted because he thought he was never going to see them again, or that he was necessary to prevent these things. The defendant called his mother and told his mother, in effect, "I shot Caitlyn, you should probably call the police." He didn't tell his mother, "I had to do it." He didn't tell his mother she was going to kidnap the kids. He said, "I shot Caitlyn," or was to that effect, "you should probably call the cops." In the light most favorable to the state, those are not the words of someone who believes that they have used deadly force in a justified manner. I'll go through the various forms of kidnapping. I'll put this on the record, Your Honor. Under State versus Monroe, and I don't have the site handy. Here it is. 173 New Hampshire 469. The defendant not only must provide an actual notice of defense in support of the defenses they intend to pursue, but there also has to be specific presentation of, or sufficient notice of the factual allegations supporting the defenses. With regard to burglary and all those other flavors of kidnapping beyond, flavors of self-defense beyond kidnapping, I don't believe that was done. Walking through each of the varieties of kidnapping in 627-4, starting first with 2A, I addressed that. There is no evidence that the defendant acted because he reasonably or actually believed it was necessary to prevent the use of deadly force against himself or anyone else. He told the detectives that. 627-4 2B, the defense presented this court with a variety of crimes they claim that Caitlyn could have committed or had the purpose to commit when she unlawfully remained inside of Mr. Duren's home. I can only imagine what the defense attorney would say if the state tried to charge someone in Caitlyn's position with burglary, based on the statements and the facts and the circumstances in this case. I'm not going to address each of those crimes. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think the facts support them, and certainly not in the light most favorable to the state at this stage. There is sufficient evidence to show that the defendant did not actually believe Caitlyn was committing a burglary, that he shot and killed her by shooting her in the head because he actually and reasonably believed that Caitlyn was going to had a purpose to commit theft by deception or false imprisonment or anything along those lines. So at this stage, in the light most favorable to the state, there is not sufficient evidence here, or there's not a lack of evidence that would allow this court, on the state of the evidence as it is, to dismiss the murder charge because of the defense arguments. 2D, 627-4 2D, defense counsel misstated the law. Defense counsel stated that under 627-4 2D, well, I'll state, the law says that a person is justified in using deadly force upon another when they reasonably believe that a person is likely to use any unlawful force in the commission of a felony against the actor while inside the actor's dwelling. The actor in this case is the defendant. So what that law actually says is that the defendant would have had to believe that Caitlyn was likely to use unlawful force in the commission of a felony against him. Defense counsel clearly claimed that he was going to use force against, that Caitlyn was going to use force against Ellen. That is not what the law says. It says the actor, the defendant is the actor. So the court should reject that. There's no evidence to support that, and there's certainly not sufficient evidence that the state cannot defeat it, and that there's that no juror could find for the state on this issue. With regard to kidnapping, I'm going to ask the court to reference the arguments that we made in our pleading filed yesterday about the law. I can summarize them here. I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but to come back to the actual and reasonable belief. The court knows what the defendant said in that statement that was put into evidence. That is the evidence of what the defendant, at this point, actually believed happened inside that apartment. I'll note also that at this stage, credibility determinations with regard to witness testimony must weigh in favor of the state when they're equal. And the court can assess the credibility of the defendant's statements or different parts of the defendant's statements, taking into account that he is providing his account of what happened, his story of what he told the police about what happened. With regard to kidnapping, as we stated in our pleading, Ms. Naffziger legally could not kidnap her own child under 633(1)A. Could not do it. Based on the interplay of 633(1)A and 633(1) and 627(4) 2C, as we say in our motion, interference with custody is not a basis for the use of deadly force. That is what the defense is arguing. The defense is arguing that by telling the defendant or indicating that she wanted to take the children away from the defendant, they are claiming that that is a kidnapping. That is not something that legally Caitlyn could do. And to find that would be to add interference with custody to the list, to the narrow circumscribed list of circumstances where the law allows the use of deadly force, and that should not be the case. And with regard to each of the different versions of kidnapping, at this stage, again, the defendant did not tell the police that he killed Caitlyn because she was holding Elowen hostage. There was a reference to his training. The sergeant asked the defendant about if he had any sort of hostage training, and the defendant, it was somewhat difficult to see what he said or understand if he was giving an affirmative answer. He may have said, yeah, I had some sort of training. They would have covered that in some of his training. That was an opening for the defendant to say affirmatively and clearly, that's what I thought this was. This was a hostage situation. That's not what he did. He did not say that. So there is no evidence, certainly not evidence at this stage sufficient for dismissal, that the defendant actually and reasonably believed there was a hostage situation and that is why he killed Caitlyn. And I'll just add in here that ignorance of the law is not an excuse for the defense to claim at this point that, well, the defendant thought that Caitlyn was committing a kidnapping in ignorance of the law, which says that what she was doing or what he said she was doing was not a kidnapping. The law very clearly says that's not an excuse. The fact that he doesn't know what the elements of kidnapping are, he is mistaken on what a kidnapping is in the state of New Hampshire, that is not an excuse. The defense argument is built upon the idea that ignorance of the law is an excuse, and this court should not agree with that. 633.1.1a is the ransom hostage situation. I'm not going to address that any further. 633.1b says that there's a kidnapping if someone confines a person to avoid apprehension by law enforcement. There's no evidence that that's what was happening here, and defense has not claimed that. 1c, to terrorize anyone. Defense has not made that argument. I don't think there's any evidence that Caitlyn was confining Elowen by holding her in her arms for the purpose of terrorizing Elowen or terrorizing the defendant, causing him alarm or dismay. And 633.1.1d would require that the victim confined, or Caitlyn confined Elowen for the purpose of committing an offense against Elowen. That is not, there's no evidence that Caitlyn was intending to hurt Elowen. And in fact, the defendant disproved that. He said, yeah, she was not threatening to harm Elowen. As Sergeant McLaughlin testified, the defendant told him Elowen was yelling, but the defendant said it was a combination of things. It was not just because Ms. Naffziger was squeezing her or holding her so hard that she screamed. It was also because of the yelling. So I want to clear that up. So that would be the state's argument with regard to the two murder charges. The elements of those have been met. There is sufficient evidence for the jury to find the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt on knowing and second-degree murder charges. There has not been evidence of self-defense sufficient for the burden to shift at this stage for purposes of this argument. Notwithstanding that, there is sufficient evidence, or the state of the evidence at this point does not justify dismissing them on a self-defense ground because there is sufficient evidence for the jury or the rational trier fact to find in the state's favor on the self-defense issue. Moving to reckless conduct under 631.3, the elements of that are that the defendant engaged in conduct that either placed or may have placed another person in danger of a serious bodily injury, and that he did so recklessly with a deadly weapon as a firearm. In this case, the defendant, by his own admission, grabbed Elowen and then fired a gun at Elowen's mother while holding her so close that she complained instantly that her ears hurt. Reckless conduct does not require actual injury. It does not require evidence of actual trauma or actual diagnosis of injury. In this case, we do in fact have the testimony of a doctor who said she sustained an injury to her ear. That was what the doctor said. The defendant used a deadly weapon, and that deadly weapon was a firearm. The defense argument focused on the fact that the defendant is an expert marksman, and there's no way that he would have shot Elwyn while he was busy shooting Elwyn's mother. That may be true, but in light most favorable to the state, I think it is certainly reckless to shoot a gun that close to a small child while holding her essentially in the other arm. The defense actually presented two factual scenarios here, claiming that maybe Elwyn was not in his arms, and that by saying that he grabbed Elwyn and ran to the car, she was not somehow in his arms. If that is what they're saying the evidence shows, then Elwyn is somewhere within the room, not in his arm, not confined. I think that actually adds to the state's case that she's somewhere at large while he's shooting a gun. It is not just the risk of a gunshot wound to Elwyn, however, it is a risk of any injury, including injuries to the ear or to Elwyn's hearing. There is testimony about that in the light most favorable to the state. The motion should be dismissed at this stage because there is sufficient evidence for the jury to find beyond reasonable doubt before the state. With regard to endangering the welfare of a child, again, there does not need to be actual injury for the defendant to be found guilty. And we are talking about injury to the welfare of a child, not physical injury. The cases on this crime that describe other versions of this, where people have been convicted and those convictions have been held, speak of situations involving, a caretaker getting high or drunk with a child in the car, certainly while driving, but in other instances just getting drunk or falling asleep and becoming inaccessible while a child who is 2 or 4 years old is in the home and unsecured in a crib, walking around in the home where things could happen. Those are factual scenarios that have supported convictions for this crime. The evidence here shows that the defendant shot Elwyn's mother in front of her. Although he told the police that he didn't think she saw anything and he hoped she didn't. She told the doctor that mommy and daddy were fighting. Daddy hurt mommy and me, and there was a lot of blood. In the light most favorable to the state, certainly it is clear that Elwyn knows what happened. Elwyn is aware that the defendant shot her mother in the head. She was in the room and she saw it. There does not need to be further testimony for there to be evidence sufficient at this stage that by shooting Caitlyn in the head, the defendant endangered Elwyn's welfare. We are not claiming that he injured Elwyn beyond by shooting her with a gun. But when we're talking about endangering the welfare of a child, psychological injury or psychological welfare comes into play, emotional welfare, and that is what we're talking about here. It does not have to be evidence that Elwyn is actually in therapy or that she has actually been diagnosed with a mental health issue for it to be shown that the defendant endangered her welfare by doing things that he did. The dual standard here that the defense mentioned is the standard, purposely violating a duty and knowingly endangered the welfare. There's a case on that addresses it pretty well. Defense cited INRI NK. That case, I think, discusses that standard in a good way. Also, State versus Bortner. I don't have the site, I just have the name, but BORTNER specifically discusses the interplay between knowing and purposeful. That is not a legal issue. And Bortner talks about a failure to act rather than an affirmative act. But
Cite on Bortner?
excuse me?
Do you have a cite?
I don't have one. I apologize.
No.
I don't have it on me.
Thank you.
But BORTNER, it's 150 NH. I forgot to
Okay, no, thank you.
write down the end of it. Knowingly endanger and purposefully violate. I don't think that it is in dispute that by shooting Elwyn's mother in the head in front of her, that the defendant purposely violated the duty of care. He had to know. Anyone in that situation would know that that would seriously compromise and seriously risk danger to a child's welfare, psychologically and emotionally or otherwise. And purposeful violation of that duty of care that he owed to her. I think to knowingly engage in conduct speaks to the act. And we have already argued that the defendant acted knowingly. I think that's all the state has at this point. We ask that the motion be denied.
Okay.
Your Honor, 150 New Hampshire 504.
504, thank you. Okay, thank you. Attorney King.
Just one comment, Your Honor. I think I said it in my motion that the state didn't offer any evidence of psychological injury or trauma or anything. It's speculation based on what it feels like. There was no evidence. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. In response to that?
No, I don't think it's a reasonable inference that shooting a child's mother in the head would endanger their welfare.
Okay. Okay, after considering the arguments made by counsel, after considering the evidence that has been produced at this stage of the proceedings, after considering the defense's arguments and the arguments from the state, I'm going to deny the defense motion to dismiss with respect to each of the counts. In construing this motion, the court must construe the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. If there is evidence from which a reasonable jury could infer guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, if there is evidence from which a reasonable jury could infer guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, the motion will be denied, citing State v. Wong, 138 New Hampshire 56, 1993, State v. Burke, 122 New Hampshire 565, 1982, and State v. Reed, 114, 377. Citing from Reed, in order to prevail, the defendant must show that the evidence viewed in its entirety, giving the state the benefit of all reasonable inferences, was insufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he was guilty of the crime charged. Here, the court does find that the state has produced evidence from which a reasonable jury could infer guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, construing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. The motion to dismiss is denied. A few comments with respect to the overall ruling. There was a couple points. First of all, I'm going to adopt the reasoning as articulated by the state with regard to the reasons why the court is denying the motion to dismiss. With respect to the arguments from the state, there were a few times when the state inadvertently used the word testimony referring to Mr. Duren as opposed to using the phrase statements. There was a few times when Attorney Spicer used the word statements and a few times when he used the word testimony. Just to clarify, I'm considering the statement of Mr. Duren as referenced in the video and not any testimony, because that was not testimony under oath. So just to clarify, with respect to my reliance upon the arguments advanced by the state, anytime that the word testimony was used, I'm simply substituting the word statement for that as part of the overall argument. With respect to the individual arguments under 627-4, Roman numeral 2, at this point in the proceeding, I would find, once again, at this point in the proceeding, I would find that there has not been evidence relative to subparagraph A or D. There has been some evidence with respect to subparagraph C, and I will even indicate that there has been some evidence with respect to paragraph B, although that would be tenuous. To the extent that the burden has shifted with respect to C and arguably B, I would also find that no reasonable trier of fact could not have found that the defendant that no reasonable trier of fact could have found that the defendant did not act in self-defense if I'm arguing that double negative correctly under Pennick, I believe it is.
Yes.
Under Pennick, I'm trying to articulate the correct standard to deny the motion to dismiss, indicating that a reasonable jury could find that no rational jury under the circumstances could not find that the defendant acted in self-defense. It's a difficult standard relative to double and perhaps even triple negatives, but I'm denying the motion on that basis. So I believe that takes care of the instant motion that is before the court. Attorney Kinney?
Yes, yeah, I think so.
Anything further?
No.
Okay. Attorney Spicer, anything further at this time? No? Okay.
I think he's indicating no as to that motion, Your Honor, but we do have an additional
Okay.
motion that I don't know if it's now that the court would like us to renew it.
Okay, one second. Attorney Kinney, any further motions at this point?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney Duren?
Mayor, at this time, the state is renewing its objection to the proffered testimony or proposed testimony of Brenda Plumunden and/or Shannon Spurgeon. The state notes that despite the court's indication that Ms. Spurgeon's testimony would be cumulative, she has been subpoenaed and is present along with Ms. Plumunden in order to be available for defense testimony. This objection is to any testimony of either of these witnesses related to any plan that they purportedly or reportedly discussed with Caitlyn Naffziger. Your Honor, the court ruled following the state's initial motion to preclude this and following a hearing on that motion that you would allow the testimony, but you further held that Ms. Plumunden would only be able to testify as to her understanding of any such plan or discussion. You indicated that she must focus on the what rather than the why, without being able to testify as to any statements of Caitlyn Naffziger or as to the reasoning behind the discussion or the plan. In making that determination, the court has found that apparently, based on some level of fairness argument or and cited to the court's reading of the defendant's transcript to provide evidence that the defendant was aware that there was a plan between Ms. Plumunden and Ms. Naffziger, and that supposedly that Ms. Plumunden will be testifying to that plan, but the court believed, based on its reading of the transcript and based on some level of a value of fairness, that Mr. Duren was somehow aware of this plan, which even defense has described as a secret plan that the defendant was unaware of. The state, as it's expressed in its motion for reconsideration, believes that there is no indication that the defendant had any knowledge of this plan and that he would need to have knowledge of such a plan, or at least of the desired result, in order for this information to be admissible. He would have to know that Ms. Plumunden was involved. He would have to know that the details of what they intended. In its ruling on the state's motion to reconsider, the court made it clear that you were allowing the use of this material in order for the defense to somehow impeach a statement made by the defendant. But the court indicated that it was a statement of the victim that would be impeached, specifically the victim saying she wasn't going to leave. But the state would point out that that victim's statement has only come to the court, been provided to the court through hearsay. It is the defendant's saying that the victim made these words or stated these words, and now the court is allowing the victim's own state of mind in to impeach the defendant's statement about what the victim said. And I hope that wasn't too confusing, but that's what we're left with. Your Honor, with respect to this, essentially the court has found that it would be fundamentally unfair to preclude defense from bringing up a plan that the defendant wasn't aware of to impeach a statement that he says the victim made while she was in his home and right before he shot her. So the court is allowing the testimony, but then further precluding the state from asking questions about the victim's actual state of mind in the 36 hours before her murder. The victim's state of mind is the basis upon which the defendant initially sought admission of this material. But by its own ruling, the court has said Ms. Plumunden can only testify to the what, not the why, and that the court has also precluded the state from talking about the reasoning behind the plan, the basis for the victim's state of mind, which is her statements about her fear, her concern, and the prior relationship that she had with the defendant that made such a plan necessary. Your Honor, the state is cognizant that the victim's state of mind includes potential 404B evidence. It doesn't make it any less admissible to encounter the admission of this plan. Under the arguments that the state has made, the state believes and continues to believe and believes that the evidence that has been provided thus far, including the evidence contained in the defendant's statement, means that the door has been opened. Defense counsel leaned in during their opening statement, indicating about the victim's aggression. They've argued it again in this motion. All evidence of the discussion between Ms. Plumunden and the victim, should the court be allowing any of it, all evidence should be admissible in order to provide the underlying rationale to cure any misleading advantage that the defendant will gain from this information. Again, the defendant had no knowledge of any plan, and this is something that they have now put forth as the actual basis for the defendant both having shot and killed Ms. Naffziger and for the support for these arguments that she was going to kidnap the children and now that she was going to be committing a burglary inside of the home. Your Honor, this is not proper impeachment. It's not proper impeachment of a statement of the victim. It is not proper admission of victim's state of mind evidence. It does not support or corroborate the defendant's state of mind at the time that he shot and killed Ms. Naffziger. Further, with the court striking any discussion or hearsay statements away from the testimony, the admission is not supported by Rule 806, which would be to attack Ms. Naffziger's credibility as to the statement that the defendant told the police she made. Your Honor, in order for then existing state of mind, motive, intent, or plan to come in, this exception does not include a statement to prove a fact, remembered or believed. And that's exactly how this is being used in this instance. It's not only being used to show state of mind, defense is actually intending on relying on it to prove the underlying self-defense claim that they have. That is inappropriate use of state of mind, it is an inappropriate reason for its admission, and with the limitations currently provided, it provides a misleading advantage to the defense that cannot be cured unless the court, if this testimony is allowed, which the state still believes it should not be, but if the court is allowing any of it, it's still the state's position that the door is open and that the state should be allowed to elicit any and all testimony of Ms. Plumunden with respect to the planning of this situation. And so the state renews its objection, renews its motion to preclude, and renews its motion to reconsider.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Duren. Attorney Kittle?
Yes, Judge. I would reiterate all the arguments made in our objection, written objection, in our previous argument on this hearing, on this motion, and in our argument on the state's motion to reconsider, as well as the court's prior ruling. The court has ruled on this issue twice. There's been no new information, no change in the information available to the court when it made its ruling. A second motion to reconsider at this stage is not proper. The court's ruling is sound. This evidence is admissible under 8033, and because a reasonable inference can be drawn, as we've discussed at length previously, that Mr. Duren was aware of the plan. I'll note a couple of things. I think that the state is misciting 8033. 8033 allows a statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, such as plan, but not including a statement of memory or belief to prove the fact remembered or believed. So if we were trying to introduce some statement about a past tense plan, something that like a statement that was made to Ms. Plumunden about events from months ago, then that would not be admissible under 8033. But because it's Ms. Plumunden's testimony about a current plan, it does apply under 8033. I'll just note a couple additional things. Again, this has been litigated at length. We've relied on the court's ruling. The court's ruling is sound. But the state argued a few moments ago that the kidnapping is a fabrication of the defense. I would expect they would argue that in closing, and the kidnapping is not a fabrication of the defense. Ms. Naffziger had this plan. Ms. Plumunden has told that to detectives, to our investigator. She sent a text saying, "Need me to help plan a kidnapping." And so if the state's going to argue that kidnapping is a fabrication of the defense, that's certainly a problem when there's evidence that that's not the case. The other thing I'll note is the state, I'll rely largely on prior arguments on opening the door, but the state said the door has been opened because there's been evidence of Ms. Naffziger's aggression. The state introduced that statement. The state pressed play on a video that had a statement about Ms. Naffziger's statement, and the state cannot open its own door. So the court's prior ruling should stand.
Okay. Attorney Duren, any response?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Satisfied with the record relative to those issues?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. I'm going to deny the state's motion to reconsider on that aspect. I've ruled several times on this matter. I did rule that Ms. Spurgeon would be inadmissible, would be excluded.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to be calling Brenda, so I'll talk to the court a little bit about that. Miss Brenda Plumondon is our witness, but Miss Spurgeon, Trooper Pratt, Arthur Booten are all here in case we need to call them for rebuttal purposes. Yeah.
All right.
I do have a request before Miss Plumondon comes in, Your Honor, but it's about her testimony. When it's appropriate.
And I'm just going over my notes relative to the state's Okay, again, I'm going to restate part of the basis for my ruling is I believe that the state, in introducing the statement of Mr. Duren through Sergeant McLaughlin, it is clear that at several points in that statement, Mr. Duren referenced a plan. He wasn't sure of what was happening. He articulated several times, and I recognize that he was offering the statement to law enforcement at the time after he had a period of time between the event in question and the time of his interview. Not a lot of time, but there was some time. I recognize that he was offering the statement and that he indicated to law enforcement that he was asking what was the plan as it relates to Ms. Naffziger being retrieved, so to speak, from his apartment in Berlin. In other words, was he going to bring her back to Hampton? Was someone else going to pick her up? There was a number of times in which Mr. Duren was asking what was happening to Ms. Naffziger, according to his version of events. And based upon the defense argument relative to the introduction of Ms. Am I pronouncing it correctly? Plumondon?
I believe so.
Okay, I apologize if I mispronounce. But according to that, I'm allowing the defendant to bring her in to testify relative to the contours of that plan, not with respect to any individual hearsay statements of Ms. Naffziger, and not with respect to the reasons for it. I agree with the defendant relative to the 404B motion that was previously ruled upon as it relates to any conduct that is not currently before the court, and I don't think that the door has been opened. I agree with Attorney Kettles as it relates to the fact that the state cannot open the door itself. Whether that happens during the rest of the trial remains to be seen. That'll be subject to further discussion as we move forward. But as of right now, the purposes and the reasons behind my ruling still stand. Anything further, Attorney Durand, on those points?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney Kitty.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. So, Ms. Plumondon is here. Well, I believe she is. I haven't seen her today, but okay. And she is prepared to testify. We expect her to be a hostile witness. This is difficult, I'm sure. Her family is here, has been here, and we are very concerned that something might be said to cause a mistrial. So I'm asking for two things. Number one, for the court to have a colloquy with her outside the presence of the jury to just let her know she's answering the questions that are asked and not going into details. Because I think there will be a natural desire to try to explain things. And I would like to be able to lead a very tight and specific questions to produce the testimony that you have deemed to be admissible. I will note that the state got to do that with Carolyn Campbell. we want to avoid a mistrial, and I think the chances are high that she will say something. And I haven't been able to talk to her about that, but I also don't know how much weight she'll give me saying those things. I think it would be better to come from the court.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, it's unclear to the state whether defense has actually spoken to or prepared Ms. Plumunden for trial testimony at all, let alone where this indication is that she's a hostile witness. Ms. Plumunden is here. She was provided with, I guess, Mr. Booten's report as far as I saw. She described it as a transcript when we were told what she received. That's all I know. It looked like Mr. Booten's report. I haven't spoken with Ms. Plumunden because she's a sequestered witness, but she's being called by defense. I'm not sure that they've spoken to her. It became clear during a chambers conference yesterday that they hadn't spoken to her about sequestration. And so I don't know how we're at the point now of saying she's going to be hostile. Defense counsel is calling her as a witness. They didn't take an opportunity to prepare her, and now they're attempting to say that she's hostile. There's no indication of that at this time, Your Honor. She's not a party to the case. Sure, her family is here. Yes, she has a relationship. Her niece was murdered, but that doesn't mean that she's a hostile witness in any way, shape, or form. I understand the defendant's concern, and I will note that the state was ordered to lead Ms. Campbell through testimony because of objections made by defense. Ms. Campbell wasn't a hostile witness in any way, shape, or form. Defense wanted to limit her testimony because they didn't want her talking about hearsay statements that, again, the state doesn't believe were inadmissible hearsay. They were her descriptions of her actions. There's no indication that Ms. Plumunden is hostile. There's no indication of anything at this point. She's just a subpoenaed witness that hasn't been prepared by the people calling her.
Your Honor, first, we got a Zwicker letter the other day from the state, so someone talked to her, but the consideration...
If I may interrupt really quickly, the Zwicker letter says Ms. Plumunden was asked 2 questions and provided the answers to those 2 specific questions, and that is it.
Okay, so you talked to her, though.
2 questions. What was Valen's date of birth? I do not know. Was Caitlyn Naffziger breastfeeding? No. Those were the questions.
611-2, C2.
That's what I'm looking at.
Okay. When a party calls a hostile witness an adverse party or a witness identified with an adverse party. And it is true that I have not specifically talked to Ms. Plumunden about her testimony. I have provided her the recording of her 2 statements that she gave to the police on March 1st and March 15th. I have provided her the transcripts of both of those calls. I have given her the report that Arthur Booten typed up of his interview with her. Those are what she has. I have not talked to her. I have given her the opportunity to ask me questions. But based on what she told the police on March 1st and March 15th and Arthur Booten, and the things that she said about the defendant and the reasons why the plan existed, it's very prejudicial. It will lead to a mistrial if it gets blurted out, Your Honor. So for that, there's 2 reasons that I'm asking the court to give a colloquy to her and allow us to leave so we can avoid that. And it would be great if she doesn't come off as a hostile witness and just gives, and would give us the information. I just think the risk is very high, and to avoid future litigation, I am asking that we be allowed to do that.
Okay. Understanding that there's issues relative to the preparation of witnesses and disclosures of various information, understanding that, Attorney Duren, do you have any specific response to those 2 specific requests by the defendant?
Your Honor, I'll defer to the court.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. I think under the circumstances, I'm going to grant the defendant's motion to allow leading questions relative to this witness, and I will conduct a brief colloquy with her because of the reasons stated by defense counsel relative to those issues. The colloquy is going to be focused upon her understanding that she has been subpoenaed, number one, that she has been subpoenaed here, and that she's going to be asked questions, and that she's instructed to, is she prepared to answer the question that she is asked? Are you prepared to answer the question that you are asked? And are you prepared to limit your testimony to the question that was asked and not to volunteer further information? Is that sufficient, Attorney Kenny?
And, Your Honor, I think it would also make sense to instruct her specifically in accordance with your order that we're talking about the what of the plan and not the why of the plan.
And finally, that she's not to testify about statements allegedly made by Caitlyn. That she can testify as to her perception, her understanding of what her understanding of.
Just a question for clarification, and why the state has asked so many times for the motion to be reconsidered. Is Ms. Plumundon then allowed to testify to the factual result of a statement that is a hearsay statement of Ms. Naffziger, or is she only allowed to testify to her portion of the plan?
Her understanding of what was going to happen.
And doesn't that include hearsay statements of Ms. Naffziger?
And I've already ruled that relates to her understanding as to that, not relative to indirect hearsay. But she can't testify as to what Caitlyn said to her, but she can testify as to what she understood the plan to be. Anything further, Attorney Kenny?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney Duren, anything further right now?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so there was a lot to unpack. We are behind, as you can tell by the clock there, so I'm going to try and catch this up as quickly as we can. But so Detective Sergeant Michael McLaughlin was on, cross continued. Really not much there. I'm not going to recap that. There really wasn't much there. They just basically read Dustin's testimony and said, yep, that's what he said. Yep, that's what he said. So then they asked for a judgment of acquittal, JOA, which every trial, the defense always asks that. I personally have never seen it. I've never seen them grant that. But anyway, they talk about Caitlyn remained there unlawfully. She held Elwyn forcibly in her arms, so that rises to kidnapping and interference of custody. Attempts to take child under 18 with intent to contain child from the parent, refusing to leave the home. Again, we only know one side of the story. We only know one side of the story. We have no idea if that's truly what happened. So they're basing their entire defense on his version, which I guess that's what they have to, because what else are they going to do? They say there was no signs of trauma to Elwyn's ear. There was no evidence of the gun, how loud the gun volume, how loud the gun was. It's the same as going to a musical festival with loud music and don't have ear protection on. It's the same. There's no difference if Elwyn was at a firing range. That's the argument they're making. So anyway, that was denied. Then we get into this next testimony coming up. All right, so this is about Brenda Plumundon. This is the aunt. This is aunt to Caitlyn. And the defense is going to call her as a hostile witness, and they're just afraid she's just going to blurt out something like, yeah, Caitlyn told me if I ever get shot, well, we already know, I don't know, what could she blurt out that would be more damaging? I was going to say, oh yeah, if I ever am found, unalived, Dustin did it. Well, we already know he did it. So I'm trying to think, what could she possibly blurt out? Now that I'm thinking about it, what could she blurt out that would be more damaging to him? I honestly don't know. I mean, it's pretty damaging as it is. So anyway, so they're asking, the defense is asking for the judge to do a colloquy on her to say, hey, just answer the questions, don't go outside or else you're going to be in trouble. He's going to allow the defense to lead her. So they're going to be able to lead her and not, ask very leading questions. a lot of times we hear objection, leading the witness. So it's going to be very, very tight, she said, very, what did she say? We'll ask very specific questions, want to avoid a mistrial. So yeah, she wants to ask very, very closed, tight, very specific questions, not open-ended where Brenda can just go talk and talk and talk. It's going to be very, very specific. And it's all about this plan. It's all about the plan. Once Caitlyn and the kids were there, there was a plan, according to Dustin, there was a plan for Brenda to meet them halfway, or even to come pick her up. I think it was probably to meet halfway. And Caitlyn kept, pushing it down the road, saying, either ignoring him or just flat out saying, no, I'm not going to leave. So they're going to ask specifically about the what and not the why. So it's going to be the what of the plan, not the why of the plan. Very pointed questions, exactly. Yeah. Very pointed questions, Woke. Perfect. Yeah. All right. And update on Rafa. He has conjunctivitis. They said possibly upper respiratory infection that caused that. They tested him for leukemia and feline AIDS. That came back both negative because they said that could cause it. They gave us drops for him. We've already put one in. He was getting better. Let me put it that way. This morning he was on the mend. Last night he was actually playing. I took a bunch of videos. I think I did. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I forget now. I take so many videos, I forget which day it is. But anyway, he was acting back to normal. He was playing with the kittens. He was jumping around, flopping around like Rafa does. This morning, he never lost his appetite. He was always eating, using the restroom, going both, drinking, meowing when it was time for food. So he's not missing a meal. He's definitely eating. And yeah, so lots of testing later. What was, I thought it was just going to be, quick in and out, half an hour there, get him some drops, off we go. No, of course they had to test him and drew some blood. They did a fluorescent eye scan to make sure his eye was okay. So everything, of course, just kept us there longer than expected. So anyway, got back in time to start the stream at 11. And so I guess the end result is Rafa has conjunctivitis. We have medicines for him, eye drops. I think some painkillers too, or anti-inflammatory. So he's okay. He's as good as could be expected. He is getting better even before I took him to the vet. So what we were doing before seems to be helping. All right, so let's fast forward because we can. And yes, so thank you for all the well wishes, and appreciate all the well wishes, you guys, and thank you for that. And Jennifer, heartfelt condolences on your father. I'm so sorry that your father passed away. Sorry to hear that, and I hope you and your family are doing okay. So I know it's tough. It's very tough to lose somebody that you love and care about. So, but we're thinking about you and hope that you are okay. And before I forget, we'll say happy birthday to Pammy. I believe your birthday is tomorrow, so happy birthday to you. Is it contagious? I guess so. I don't know how he got it in the first place, but I think so. Yes. Yeah, glad he's on the mend. No, he didn't. JMS, he's a good little boy. He's a good little boy. Iowa backyard, yes. Rafa on the mend. Yeah, he was cool. He's a good little guy. He was chill. They put a thermometer up his butt. She said, this is the worst of it. But then they had to draw blood. Yeah, temperature. He didn't have a temperature. Oh, okay. So here's Aunt Brenda coming in. No audio yet. Let's see. As far as I know, pink eye is very contagious, but we can't separate him. They didn't. I guess they said isolate him. They didn't tell that to me, but I guess they wrote that down in the instructions. I remember my neighbor had pink eye, and we were supposed to stay away from him for like a week when I was a kid. But it's like impossible to keep Rafa. I mean, how are we going to keep Rafa away from the kittens? You know, it's just impossible. So we'll take our chances. Hopefully it'll be okay. He's been with them since Tuesday, since this started. He's been, with them. So if they get it, at least we have eye drops. We can give it to him quickly, and or just order some new eye drops, I guess. All right. Oh, they're having poor Brenda sit there for a while. All right. Here we go.
Good morning. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record outside the presence of the jury. Good morning, Ms. Plumondon. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes.
First thing, Ms. Plumondon, if I could have you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask you to please spell your last name for the record, please?
Plamondon.
Okay, thank you. Again, thank you for being here. I understand it's under subpoena. Have you spoken with Attorney Kinney about the scope of your testimony?
No.
Okay. Ms. Plumondon, I am allowing the defense attorney to call you as a witness in this matter, but I've placed significant limits on the scope of your testimony. Okay? And has anybody told you that?
The defense attorneys just let me know that a minute ago.
Okay, all right. I'm going to go over that with you now in an effort to just make sure that we're on the same page before the jury comes back in.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. When Attorney Kinney, the lawyer for the defendant, when Attorney Kinney asks you a question, are you prepared to answer the question that was asked by Attorney Kinney?
Yes.
Okay. And when you answer her questions, are you prepared when testifying to not volunteer further information other than what you were asked about?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, I want to also let you know that the state will have the opportunity, when Attorney Kinney is done, the attorneys for the state will have the opportunity to ask you questions as well. So that may clarify some of what you are asked by Attorney Kinney, but they will be operating under the same orders and rules that I have put in place relative to what they can and can't ask you. So that it's not just Attorney Kinney asking you questions. The state will have the right to ask you questions as well. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. And Ms. Plumondon, the questions are going to be based upon what you knew at certain points in time. Okay? They're not going to be based on why you knew them. In other words, it's not based upon what Caitlyn told you or why certain things were being done. It is limited to what you knew at the time.
Okay.
Okay, in other words, your knowledge as to what was happening at certain points in time. That is what your anticipated testimony will be, at least with respect to the questions being asked by Attorney Kinney.
Okay.
Okay? Specifically, it will be about what you understood, your personal understanding as to any plan that you might have had with Caitlyn.
Okay.
Okay? It doesn't include Caitlyn's specific statements to you as much as it is what you understood the plan to be.
Okay.
Okay? In other words, it's limited to your understanding at certain points in time. And I understand it's difficult on many levels. I'm simply going over what the court's expectations are at this time. Do you have any questions of me, ma'am?
No, I understand.
Okay. And at this point, Attorney Kinney, any further comments or inquiry by the court that you would request?
No, none, Your Honor.
Okay. Any from the state at this time, Attorney Duren?
Nothing.
Okay. So I'm going to bring the jury in, and once again, if you have any questions of me, I realize this is a difficult process. If you have any questions of me, we can try to go over them now. I'll give you just a moment.
If there's a word or something that doesn't fit, is it just a no answer then? If
Just answer honestly, answer the question that Attorney Kinney or the attorneys from the state ask you. Just answer honestly to the best of your ability and to the best of your understanding as to what you understood at the time relative to any plan with Caitlyn.
okay.
Okay? I appreciate your ability to follow the court's instructions. Okay? Thank you.
Yes.
Anything further? Okay. Again, from the jury's present. Sure. Thank you.
All rise for the honorable jury. Cook County Superior Court is now in session. The Honorable Jonathan S. Frizzell presiding.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated. Ms. Plumon, if I could have you raise your right hand. Do you swear that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Okay. If I could have you state your name, please, and spell your last name for the record.
Brenda Plamondon, Plamondon.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Plumondon. I just have a few questions for you. You live in New Hampshire?
Yes.
Okay. And you have 2 children?
3.
3 children. And Caitlyn Naffziger was your niece by marriage?
Yes.
Okay. And Elwyn and Valen are her daughters?
Yes.
They never lived with you though, correct?
No.
In early of 2024, Caitlyn reached out to you about coming to visit?
Yes.
And she didn't give you much detail about her visit at that point, right?
Yes.
So yes, she did not give you detail?
She did not give me much detail.
Okay, thank you. And in later February, she reached out again with information that she was going to come to New Hampshire?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew that she had a plane ticket to Boston, correct?
Yes.
And that she was bringing the baby Valen with her, correct?
Yes.
But you didn't know where she was going to stay, right? Before she got to Boston?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. Or if she needed to borrow a car, right?
Right. I had offered.
You had offered, but you weren't sure. She never responded yes or no, right?
True.
Okay. But Caitlyn and Valen did come to Boston in late February 2024, correct?
Yes.
And they stayed with you the first night they arrived
Yes.
in Hampton?
Yes.
Okay. And you and Caitlyn and Valen stayed the night in Hampton. Was anyone else there?
Yes.
Is that Shannon
Yes. And my husband, Mark.
and your husband, Mark? Shannon is your friend?
Yes.
So that night at your home was the first time you really got to talk to Caitlyn about her visit to New Hampshire, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And that Caitlyn was there, her plan was to go up and get Elwyn and go back with both kids to Minnesota, correct?
yes,
Okay. And so you and Shannon and Caitlyn talked about how that plan would play out, correct?
yes,
Okay. And you knew that Caitlyn had a return ticket to Minnesota, correct?
yes,
And you had offered to pay for Elwyn's ticket back?
yes,
Okay. So the plan was that Caitlyn and Vela would go up to Dustin's in Berlin and study his habits, right?
Objection.
no. Sorry.
Approach Adam.
Yeah, that's an odd question. The plan was to go. Okay, so this is Brenda Plumunden. Interesting last name. Never heard that before. Brendan Plumunden. She's the aunt by marriage. She's the aunt by marriage to Caitlyn. So the judge gave her a colloquy. You know, you're going to be asked questions. Defense will be allowed to lead. She has 3 kids. This is Caitlyn is the niece by marriage. They've never lived together. Caitlyn came, stayed the night. Shannon is her friend. Plan was to get both kids and go back to Minnesota. So that was the plan. She talked to Caitlyn about how it would play out. Caitlyn had a return ticket, and she, meaning Brenda, was going to pay for Elwyn's return. And the plan was for Caitlyn to go and study his habits. She's like, no. And then that was objected to. So that's where we are at a sidebar. Objection. Sidebar. So now they're sorting that out. So, okay.
So, Ms. Plumunden, the plan was for you, if you had not heard from Caitlyn on Saturday, you were going to go to Berlin and wait at a restaurant to leave with her and the kids, correct?
No.
You spoke to the police back in March of 2024 about this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that was a recorded phone call that you gave them?
Yes.
And you agreed to be recorded?
Yes.
And you told them everything that you knew at the time, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't leave anything out?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay. And you had a chance to look at the transcript of that recording, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you page 7 of your transcript. Where you say line 9.
I assume it's being used to refresh your recollection.
I'm impeaching her, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your objection.
Roll.
All right, they're trying to impeach her, so apparently she said, it states like, objection, Your Honor. I'm trying to impeach her, Your Honor. That, of course, is objected to. And that, of course, brings us to another sidebar. Sidebars are abounding in this trial. So she's trying to impeach her. So what did she tell law enforcement? So she's saying the plan was if you hadn't heard from Caitlyn by Saturday or on Saturday, go to the restaurant and wait. And she's like, no. So you spoke to law enforcement in March of 2024, and it was a recorded phone call. So apparently she told law enforcement in March that she was going to go to a restaurant and wait. So that's what they're trying to. That's what they're trying to impeach her with. I guess she said. Well, we'll see. We'll see what she said. We'll see what she said. Still not as many sidebars as Karen. So the defense doesn't like sidebars now, right? Impeaching your own witness. She's hostile, Cheryl Life, so she's a hostile witness. So yes, it's her witness, but it's a hostile witness. That's probably really the only reason she wants to call her up is to impeach her. Just to, that's probably kind of the strategy. Get her up there, have her talk, and then impeach her. Yeah, Dustin's not looking at her at all. I guess, what's he going to do? He shouldn't anyway. Joan says, is the jury aware that he didn't even know of this plan? Is the jury aware? Yeah, I think they talked about the plan, right? I think in his testimony, or that, I'm sorry, not his testimony, his interrogation, I'm pretty sure he talked about the plan. I'm pretty sure he talked about this plan back then. Ooh, this is a long sidebar. This is a long one. JMS, you want to see the defendant take the stand? Who thinks he will testify, Sherry says. I want him to. I don't know if he will, but I want him to. All right, they're coming back.
Ms. Clemondon, when you were able to review the transcript of your interview?
Yes.
Okay. And was it a fair, and does it look like this? Does the copy that you were given look like this?
What is this defense exhibit? What?
ID D.
Thank you.
I don't know. It was an email.
Okay. Well, why don't you take a look at that and let me know if that looks like item you reviewed.
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate transcript of what you told the troopers in March of 2015? March 15, 2024?
Some of it was mislabeled of what Shannon said and what I said.
Okay. And so I also have clips. Were you able to listen to the video?
No.
Okay. So, Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm of the same thought, Joanne, and with him taking the stand, I want him to. And yes, Richard, he'll talk forever, but he'll be a perfect ego takes the stand episode for us, because then we can definitely play that next year again. So I want him to take the stand for my own selfish reasons, because I think he'll make a good ego takes the stand episode. But if he actually, I don't think he will. Well, I don't. And I think, Lily, did you say the interrogation is his testimony? Pretty much, but they weren't able to cross him. So, it'll be. I want him to. Will he take it? Should he take it? All questions you have to ask as his attorney. I think he'll be able to hold his own. He seems like a pretty intelligent guy.
Okay, Ms. Clement, please review page 7, line 7 to 18, and then I'll ask you questions again of ID, defendant's ID, Exhibit D.
Okay.
And then, so, again, that the plan was to go to Berlin and wait for Caitlyn and the girls to come meet you at a restaurant or somewhere and take them back to the airport.
No.
Okay, so can you tell us what the plan was?
That we were waiting for Caitlyn to call us and tell us how she needed a ride, and that we would meet her wherever we needed to meet her. And if by Saturday we hadn't heard from her, that we were just going to go to Berlin and wait to hear from her so that we would be closer and ready.
And the plan was to get them back to Minnesota, all three, Caitlyn, Valen, and Ellen, as quickly as possible.
Yes.
The next day, after that plan was discussed, you offered to drive Caitlyn and Valen up to meet Dustin, correct?
Kind of.
Okay. Did you drive her up to Ossipee?
Yes.
Okay. And you drove with Shannon, Caitlyn, and Valen, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you drove Caitlyn and Valen to the designated meeting place, which was a restaurant in Ossipee, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Caitlyn brought a suitcase with her, correct?
Yes.
She had a bag of like wet laundry because there was an issue with the dryer.
Yes.
Okay. But she did leave behind other things, right? Like her backpack,
Yes.
kids' birth certificates.
Yes.
Would you like a break?
Okay.
Okay. I only have a few more questions. You didn't see Dustin or Ellen when you dropped Caitlyn Valen off, right?
No.
And after you dropped them off, you called Caitlyn's mom to tell her what the plan was, right?
No.
Okay, you called folks, though, to talk to them?
Yes.
Okay. Those folks being her mom
Yes.
and her dad, Rob?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any more questions, thank you. Where's indulgent?
You're welcome, sir. Okay,
Yep.
there's some water there. Do you have some?
Yep.
Okay, do you need to take a minute?
Nope, I'm okay.
Okay. Ms. Plumunden, you live in Hampton, New Hampshire, correct?
Yes.
How long of a drive did you have to come to court?
I don't know, like 2.5 hours, I think?
Are you familiar with this part of the state?
No, I'm not.
Had you ever been to Berlin, New Hampshire before?
No,
Have you still to this day been to Berlin, New Hampshire?
I have not.
Now, Caitlyn Naffziger, she flew from Minnesota to Boston on February 27th of 2024, right?
Yes.
And then she took a bus to New Hampshire?
Yes.
And then you and/or Shannon picked her up from the bus stop?
Yes.
She and Valen, her youngest child, they spent one night with you in Hampton, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us during that time, did you have a chance to observe Caitlyn and Valen together?
Yes.
Without telling us what anyone said, what were your observations of their relationship?
What a good mom she was, and how relaxed the relationship was, and just how happy she was. Both of them.
Had Caitlyn ever come to see you in New Hampshire before?
Yes.
How many times?
At least 3, maybe more.
How long had it been since the last time she'd been here?
We have a holiday called Thanksmas, and she...
Thanksmas?
Yes. And we
Okay.
do everything that we've always done, Christmas to Thanksgiving, in 1 week, and all the family gets together. And so she was there for that, as was her mom and husband and other family members.
Her mom's husband?
Yeah, her mom, Lori, and...
Okay. Just making sure I know who you're talking
and
about.
Lori's husband, Tim, and my kids, and
Had Caitlyn ever been to Berlin, New Hampshire?
no,
Not before February of 2024?
no,
Did she have any friends in New Hampshire?
no,
Were you her only relative in New Hampshire?
yes,
Besides her husband as well, right?
yes, yes,
And your kids?
yep,
And you, and I don't mean this to sound improper, but you're related to Caitlyn by marriage, correct?
yes,
Now, on February 28th, so the very next day, I mean, Caitlyn was in your house for, when did she get there on the 27th? In the morning? Or was it nighttime?
It was evening, and I was working and coming from Boston, so I didn't see her until like 5 p.m.
Okay. So at some point, sounds like less than about, I don't know, less than a day later, you drove Caitlyn to that restaurant in Ossipee, New Hampshire, correct?
Yes,
A place called Harley Jack's?
yes,
Does it take, fair to say it took you over an hour to get there?
yes,
Had you ever heard of it before?
no,
Ever been there?
no,
When you got to Ossipee at Harley Jack's restaurant, Caitlyn got out of the car?
yes,
She took Valen out of the car?
yes,
Was Valen in a car seat?
yes, it was like a car seat that fits into the stroller.
One of those like dual, like
Right.
pop it in and out things.
Right, but
Okay.
she left the stroller portion at my house.
Okay. You didn't go inside the restaurant, right?
No,
When Caitlyn got out of your car and took Valen, without telling us what she said or did what she said, how was she behaving?
I mean, it was quite a sad sight, and Shannon and I both cried. You know, she's such a small person, and she had this big, enormous suitcase, and, you know, she had the baby in the car seat, and she was just, like, lugging it. I felt awful for leaving her there.
But you did leave.
Yes, she specifically asked that we not come in because
Objection.
So you left.
yes,
Okay. You didn't see the defendant at Harley Jack's?
no,
And just so we're clear, do you know the defendant?
yes.
How do you know him?
We have FaceTimed many times, and I, know him as the father of Phelan and Elowen, and
Okay.
because of Caitlyn's relationship with him.
You didn't talk to the defendant when Caitlyn was in New Hampshire, correct?
No,
You didn't talk to him in Ossipee in the parking lot?
no,
You didn't talk to him over the phone after you left Caitlyn in the parking lot?
I don't even have his contact information.
Okay. He didn't speak to you?
No.
Did you leave before Caitlyn went in, or did you watch her go in?
We left we parked far away in the parking lot and left as she was walking through the parking lot.
Okay. So you didn't wait in the parking lot until they finished lunch and left the restaurant, did you?
No, I had no
Yes.
contact after she got out of the car.
And when you left the parking lot at Harley Jack's, where'd you go?
Home,
Okay, so you drove the hour back to Hampton?
yes.
You didn't follow them back to Berlin?
No, I was working and it was 5 o'clock, so Shannon had driven up there, but now I was done working and I shut my laptop and I'm like, oh, I can drive home. And she's like, great, because I don't see well at night. So,
So you wanted to get home?
yeah,
You'd agree that your home is at least 2.5 hours away from Berlin?
yes.
Now, what defense has asked you about in terms of this plan is that you were going to, the plan was for you to go up and sit at a restaurant on Saturday, correct?
If we hadn't heard from her at that point.
Okay. Did there ever come a time that you heard from Caitlyn?
No,
When you dropped her off in the restaurant parking lot, was that the last time you saw her?
yes,
As part of the plan, did you choose a safe word?
yes,
What was the safe word?
that
Your Honor, can we approach?
Wow, gosh, they had a safe word even. This is sounding like there was definitely some problems well before this happened. I mean, if she has a safe word with her aunt, oh my gosh. I can only imagine what Caitlyn told Aunt Brenda, like this. And I think she knew what a bad actor this guy was. Yeah, I don't see how Dustin's going to get out of this, quite honestly. I just don't see how he's going to say this was self-defense. I'm just not seeing it. I'm not seeing it right now. Yeah, Kalia, they had a safe word. That tells a lot. Lord Roan, good to see you. Safe word is don't stop, right? Jaren, goodbye, Dustin. So... let's see what else. Hey, Sharon. I'm not quite sure why you're saying great, but thank you. All right, here we go.
A code word, correct?
I don't recall.
And if you got this code word, you were going to drive 2.5 hours? Is that fair to say?
And call 911.
Was part of this plan to tell the defendant about it? Would that have made sense to you?
About the
tell him?
code word?
Nope, to tell him about the plan in general.
No.
Was Caitlyn going to tell him about it?
No.
Was your plan designed to hurt Elowen?
No.
Was your plan designed to harm either child?
No.
Was any part of the plan to seek money?
No.
Was there any part of the plan that had Caitlyn telling the defendant that she was going to call the police to take custody of the children?
No.
Was there any part of this plan that required Caitlyn to tell the defendant that she was going to take the children back to Minnesota?
No.
Did Caitlyn have a car with her?
Nope.
Did she have a rental car reservation anywhere?
No.
Did she have a bus ticket?
No.
Was Caitlyn familiar in any way with the area in Berlin, New Hampshire?
No.
And the plan was that she would have the 2 children with her, correct?
Yes.
Caitlyn never texted you to say that she got into the restaurant okay?
No.
She never texted you to say the defendant was there?
No. She specifically said she couldn't text because he would control her phone.
She didn't call you to say that they were leaving the restaurant?
No.
Did she send you any...
Well, she snuck it out there. She got it out there. I don't know. I'm sure they didn't want that to come out. Caitlyn said she couldn't text because he was controlling the phone. They did not want that to come out. Yeah, he's a controlling individual. He is a controlling individual. Oh, Iowa, sorry to hear that. Control phone, been there, experienced that. Sorry. With your daughter. Sorry. Game over, Marentia. Yep. Game over. Joanne, dang. Mary, he controlled her phone. Yep.
Answer relative to controlling the phone, and I instruct you to give it no weight whatsoever.
She didn't call you to say that they left the restaurant, correct?
No, she did not.
Did she send you any photographs of her with the 2 children at his apartment?
No.
Did she text you at any time and say, "Help, please come"?
No.
Did she ever text you a code word?
No.
Did there ever come a time that you heard from Caitlyn after you dropped her in that parking lot in Ossipee?
Nope.
Was that part of the plan?
No.
I have no other questions.
And part of the plan was for Caitlyn to take both children while Dustin was asleep, correct?
No.
That you didn't discuss how he plays video games and stays up all night?
Objection, you're not outside the scope.
Approach, Your Honor.
Yep.
Now, this amount of sidebars I'm expecting. I'm expecting this to be like everything she says is going to be, Part of the plan was to take the kids when Dustin went to sleep. No. So talk about a code word. Part of the plan was to tell Dustin no. Part of the plan was it part of the plan to hurt the children or seek money? She laughs. No. Caitlyn didn't have a car or a bus ticket. She didn't know the area. The plan was she would have the kids. But she never texted. After she left, they dropped her off in the parking lot, and it's the last time they saw and or heard from her. So she didn't text at any time, "Come help me." Come help me. No code word. No nothing. So they I guess they allowed code word in instead of safe word. Is that Polly? Mm-hmm. Okay. Polly's making the... No, Rafa, you got to stay. Oh, and also I forgot to tell you that when I was making my breakfast this morning, Sid jumped up on the oven and burned her little paws. That's what I woke up to. It's been a day here on Super Ball's farm. But Sid's okay. She's... Oh, we can't let him out? All right. Mikazador, yes, I am seeing you now. Forgive me because I'm focused on taking notes. So if you guys are coming in and I'm not seeing you, it's not because I'm not seeing you or paying attention. I'm focused on our getting notes. But yes, I see you now. If you came in earlier and I missed you, apologies. I'm focused on taking notes. But I am seeing you now, yes. Let's see, Bluebird, does the defense have any witnesses? We don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea how many witnesses he's gonna call. Lord Roan says your cats ate and killed a bird the other day. Oof. No worries. Yes, wave. Kelia, please tell kitties to stop stressing us out. Yeah, tell me about it. I don't think any clues have been dropped yet. I don't think we've dropped any clues yet. So we'll be here until 5-ish, though. How is the kitty today, Denny Dawn? Rafa's fine. He's meowing. He wants to go out. He has conjunctivitis, so we put some drops in his eyes. He tested negative for feline leukemia and AIDS, so he's okay with that. Darren, yeah, wraps all of the kitties in bubble wrap. Well, I was making oatmeal, and I fed them. Was making the oatmeal. The stove was still hot. She jumped up because I had some yogurt, but I was washing their dishes, and by the time I went over to get her, she had stepped on the hot element, jumped up in the air, and like, ugh. It was hot. It was like maybe off for like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, so it was hot. But she's okay. She's running around now playing, so I think she's okay. The biggest thing is going to keep him. I don't know how we keep him inside. Here, look at these two. Both, yeah. So he is doing better. Let me see if I can get his eye. Come here, buddy. Let's show everybody your eye. Yeah, that's okay. So it's his right eye. You okay? Yeah, he's a good boy. He's a good. He gained 3 pounds. He was, when we took him in to get fixed, he was 8.9 something, and now he's 11 point something. Almost 12 pounds. So he's gained 3 pounds since he's been fixed. I guess that's normal, right? Is that you put on? So his eye is definitely better. You remember the photo I showed you yesterday? His eye is definitely better, but we have drops for him, and hopefully we'll get that taken care of. Hopefully that'll get taken care of. And he took his meds. Yes, and he took his meds. Okay, good. Yeah. Yes, Kickboxing Mom looks so much better today. And Sherry M, yes, so much better. Thank you guys for your concerns. Really appreciate it. All right, so Denny Dawn. So if Caitlyn told her about past, she can't say, and that's not fair to Caitlyn, for the jury not to know why she may have wanted her kids away from him, trying to keep them safe, right? Your Kelsey is 15.8 pounds. Yeah. Pammy, that's funny. Oh, here we have another one. We have little Riker. Come on, say hello. Meow. Come say hello. Oh, hi. Hi. Little Riker. Wow. Little Riker coming in and say hello. Yes, his eye definitely is looking better. So we've just been kind of flushing it with, damp cloth and keeping him...
Okay, members of the jury, the last question and answer I am striking from the record, and I am indicating that you should give it no weight whatsoever as part of your overall considerations, and you may rephrase.
Thank you. Ms. Plumondon, is it fair to say that the plan was for Caitlyn to get the girls from the apartment and leave without Dustin knowing?
Yes.
Thank you. No more questions.
Court's indulgent.
Sure.
Ms. Plumenden? You've just testified that the plan was for Caitlyn to leave with the two girls, correct?
Yes,
Without the defendant knowing.
yes,
Caitlyn did not have a car,
right,
did not have a bus ticket,
right,
did not know the area.
right,
You were 2.5 hours away.
yes,
She didn't know anyone else in the state.
no,
It was February in Berlin, New Hampshire.
yes,
Fair to say the temperatures range between -2 and 32.
yes,
Fair to say that it was snowing that week.
This is beyond the scope.
Overruled.
I don't recall.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay, counsel approach, please. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Okay, members of the jury, we are going to take an early lunch break today. Okay, we will take the noon hour a bit early. And so we will break now. We are going to reconvene at 12:45. I'll expect you folks back at 12:45. I will meet with the lawyers before that, but I would ask that you be ready to go at 12:45. It is currently 11:30. Again, consistent with all of my instructions, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Conduct no research as to any matter. Don't transmit any matter through your own social media. And if you see someone in Lancaster, please don't talk to them. But other than that, thank you for following my instructions, and we'll reconvene again at 12:45. Thank you.
All right.
All right, so see if we can get somewhat caught up. Let's see. Cazador says, my comment was her reaction seemed to be of someone walking on eggshells. Yes, trying to de-escalate
And the
things.
lawyers, I'll just confirm that what I've indicated is we will reconvene court at 12:30. I know that I indicated that the jury to be back at 12:45, but my expectation will be to confer again with the attorneys at 12:30, and the court will be in recess from now until 12:30. Is that sufficient, counsel? Yes. Sufficient? Okay, all right, thank you. The court will be in recess.
All right, let me go ahead and fast forward. Wait, hold on. Get us caught up. We're not going to be 100% caught up, but we'll be close to being caught up. All right, meet Cazador. I want to pull this up. Your comment was her reaction seems to be of someone walking on eggshells trying to de-escalate things. Yes, and just wait for him to sleep, then get the girls out of there for safety. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Dwayne, are you not feeling well? Let me see what's up with you. Your COPD has me in bed sick today, so I'll watch on TV. Sharon, your nurse, says hello. Hello, Sharon. I hope to chat with you. Guys Monday. Love and respect you all. Aw. Feel better, Dwayne. And Sharon, thank you for taking care of our buddy Dwayne, our sweet, sweet Dwayne. Andrea, the state is effectively fighting with one hand tied behind their back. And Linda, how many objections? Maybe 6. We're not really keeping track per se, but probably 6 or 7. Hey, Gordon, good to see you. All right. Tosh, hello, hello. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Let's see. Mikazador also says the pretrial ruling says she can't bring up his prior history. Okay, which is why there was a plan that he did not know about prior, but learned after. Maybe her phone. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know any of the pretrial rulings, so thank you for that. Good job. Thank you for cluing us in. Good one. JMS, like I said yesterday, his toast. Yeah. Danny Don says, Mia, I'm guessing Mia Cazador. Exactly. I suggest looking for documents I don't understand. Some I read I need help interpreting. My comprehension stinks when I read stuff. That's okay. All right. Mia Cazador says, the judge said the defense could use his hearsay about her plan because the state wanted the whole video in. Right. Right. That makes sense. Oh no, Tosh is homesick today. Jeez, everybody's getting sick. Everybody's getting sick. Live Trial Junkie, good to see you. All right. All right, so they come back and there's still the thumbnail, so I'm going to play it with our thumbnail on, and then they come back to the actual video, so just bear with me. All right, hold on, they're playing music. Okay, here we go.
Okay, and you've had sufficient time to discuss that with him?
Stupid feed. They've got music playing and they're back in court. Ugh. Turn off your music. Ugh.
Based upon the nature of the offenses, based upon my perception of the defendant, based upon my perception of counsel, but I think under all of the circumstances, with respect to highly competent and experienced counsel from defense, I have no issue whatsoever with respect to the scope of their representation and their likely discussion that they would have had with their client. So I will decline to do that at this time unless there's any specific reason from the defense standpoint.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. All right, thank you. I did request that the jury be back at 12:45. I don't know how many are back yet.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on a few after that.
Still waiting on a few? Okay. So we will take a brief recess then, unless there's anything further. We'll take a brief recess until all the jurors are here, and then we'll start promptly once we have all of them here. Okay? All right, thank you.
All right.
Tosh, thank you for asking. Rafa's eye is doing better. I held him up about 5 minutes or so ago. If you want to just scrub back, I held him up to the camera. He's doing better. He has conjunctivitis. He tested negative for feline AIDS and leukemia, but he's doing. We have medications and all that good stuff. So he's doing better. Thank you. And he was actually doing better before I took him in today. So. I do appreciate your, yeah, that's him. That's him. Yep, that's him wanting to go out. So yeah, he's feeling better. Oh, look at that. I just gave a spoiler. Doggone it. All right, here we go.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you. Please be seated.
Your Honor, the defense calls Dustin Duren.
Mr. Duren, please remain standing. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you give today will be the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can go ahead and sit down. Please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Dustin, D-U-S-T-I-N, Duren, D-U-R-E-N.
Dustin, I wanted to start by asking you, are you a father?
Yes, to the loves of my life, my 2 daughters,
What are your 2 daughters' names?
Elowen and Valen.
How old are they?
They are currently 5 and 2.
Are you a veteran?
Yes, I am.
What branch did you serve in?
The Marine Corps.
When did you enlist?
So I enlisted right out of high school, so a week after I graduated high school at 18, I left for boot camp.
Where did you go to boot camp?
So this was in Camp Pendleton, California.
Did you do infantry training?
Yes.
Where did you go to infantry training?
So that was at the same place, Camp Pendleton, California.
In the Marines, did you receive training with firearms?
Extensive training, yes, to where you're expected to assemble, disassemble, load, fire with the highest of proficiency, and they drill it over and over and over to where they want it ingrained in you, to where it's instilled in you. It becomes instinctual.
What's instilled in you?
The use of your weapon, whether it's rifle, pistol.
Were you taught about firearm safety?
Yes. The Marine Corps specifically has 4 rules.
And what are they?
And this is something that I teach even just outside the Marine Corps, but these are rules that I think really everyone should follow. This isn't just a Marine Corps thing, but number 1, treat every weapon as if it were loaded. 2, never point your weapon at anything you do not intend to shoot. 3, keep your fingers straight and off the trigger until you're ready to fire. And 4, keep your weapon on safe until you intend to fire.
And you've talked a little bit about it, but can you tell me, as a Marine, what familiarity with firearms were you expected to have?
Absolute familiarity. I mean, you spend a lot of time with it. You're expected to be combat ready, and that's something else with the Marine Corps, specifically to the Marine Corps of every Marine is a rifleman.
What does every Marine is a rifleman mean?
So, like I said, this is something specific to the Marine Corps. So it doesn't matter what your job is. So you could be a cook, but before you even go through your job training, you're expected to go through infantry training.
And what is the point of going through infantry training, regardless of specialty?
So that everyone is combat ready, is trained with a rifle, trained to be a warfighter first.
And is that different than other branches of the armed service?
Yes, yeah.
In boot camp, did you receive any recognition for your proficiency with firearms?
So right away in boot camp, I graduated as the battalion high shooter.
What does that mean?
So in our marksmanship course, I was the highest shooter out of our entire graduating class.
Does that mean you were the most proficient with a rifle of everyone
Yes,
you went
yes.
to boot camp with? Did you do any other type of combat training in boot camp or in infantry training?
So specifically in infantry training, you train with all sorts of different weapons. So we were training with like the M240 Golf, heavy machine gun, Mark 19, automatic grenade launcher, but and then we in hand-to-hand combat we have or close quarters combat we have a program called MCMAP.
What is MCMAP?
And that is the Marine Corps Martial Arts program, and it's different from most other martial arts in that, specifically other martial arts, you're learned to incapacitate, or get away. And with McMap, you're specifically trained to kill, really by any means. But this is in the use with just your hands, or with pistols, with close quarters, with a rifle, just everything close quarters related.
And let me just make sure I understood that right. The Marine Corps Martial Arts Program, you're learning martial arts combining unarmed combat and weapons-based training?
Yes.
Let's jump from training to deployment. Where were you first deployed?
So I was first deployed to Japan, Okinawa, Japan.
Did you do any firearms training or qualifications in Japan?
Yes. So every year, again, regardless of what your job is, you're expected to go through an annual marksmanship training and qualification. So right away, once I got to Japan, then I did the annual qualification. But then again, I was squadron high shooter, and they tagged me and asked me if I wanted to become a coach.
Why were you asked to become a coach?
Again, really, it's I was just kind of tagged, like people noticed with me being the squadron high shooter.
So because of your proficiency with firearms?
Yes.
What did you have to do to become a coach?
So there's the combat marksmanship coach course. You go really beyond what you would normally go through, or the training or the qualification. You do much more, whether it's like just regular target practice, or you could be doing moving targets, yourself moving, but a lot more in detail. And then you're also taught specifically how to teach others.
How did you do in the coach's course?
So again, in the coach's course, I was again the highest shooter, and beating out. There's mainly a lot of other infantry Marines, but there's also specifically there's two Force Recon Marines there, which Force Recon that's it's basically like Navy SEALs or Army Rangers of the Marine Corps.
So you outshot the Marine version of the Navy SEALs in the coach's course?
Yes.
After you took the coach's course, did you serve as a marksmanship coach?
Yes, I did.
How did you serve as a coach?
Again, then at that point I was a combat marksmanship coach. It was just called like a B-billet, but it was secondary to my normal job. But I would then train other Marines in this annual qualification, or whenever Marines need to qualify, and ended up teaching hundreds of Marines.
And what did you teach hundreds of Marines to do?
To perfect their shooting, their proficiency with a rifle or pistol.
During your time in the military, can you estimate how often you discharged a weapon, or how many times?
Thousands, probably tens of thousands.
And what did discharging a firearm tens of thousands of times do?
And it gets instilled in you to where, like, I guess you could say you could do it in your sleep. It's just so ingrained in you that they really want you to do it basically without conscious thought. Like, it just, it's so drilled in you over and over.
What were you trained to use a firearm for?
To eliminate threats.
Besides Japan, where else were you deployed?
So I was deployed all over the Pacific, so Philippines, Thailand, Korea, and then also to Kuwait and Iraq.
When were you deployed to Iraq?
So this would have been 2008.
Where in Iraq were you stationed?
There's a Marine base called Al-Assad.
Did you experience any violence or danger in Iraq?
So at the time, 2008, the big things then were IEDs, or improvised explosive devices, and mortar attacks. And then I did take small arms fire from my helicopter, small arms being like rifles, AK-47. And then specifically for my job as an aircraft recovery specialist, we dealt with plane crashes or like emergency landings, which happened when I was there.
And you said you took small arms fire from a helicopter. Does that mean you were shot at while you were in a helicopter?
Yes.
Did anything else traumatic happen while you were in Iraq?
Yes. So I was back at sort of our home area. So when you're in Iraq, you're basically just working 24/7.
Object at this point, if we can approach.
All right, so he takes the stand. He's on the stand. Dustin Duren, defendant, father of two, loves of his life. He enlisted in the Marines a week after he graduated high school, and we found out he was born in 87. He was honorably discharged in 2011. So 2005 he enlisted. So he enlisted in 2005 when he was 18. All right. So he's talking about his military training, where he was stationed. He's going into his deployment in Iraq right now. He was the battalion high shooter. They're trained to be a warfighter first. He was the highest. He was the best shooter, basically, in the entire graduating class. I don't know how many people graduate. What's a graduating class for those that have gone through this, have family members that have gone through this? What's a graduating class? 100, 5,000, 10,000? What's a graduating class? So he was the highest. So tell me what. Yes, Mel. Yes, definitely. Ego takes the stand for sure. What's a graduating class? Cazador says happened every day in Al-Assad. What does this have to do with what he did here? He's claiming PTSD. This is it. He's claiming PTSD. Yes, Patsy. He's blaming it on. He's going to blame it on his training, and he's blaming it on PTSD. So what's a graduating class? Tell me how many are in a graduating class? Widespread panic. Good to see you. A few hundred. T. Dugan. Okay, a few hundred. So I'm just trying to get 5,000, 1,000, a few hundred. So say 200 or so, 200 or 300 is a graduating class. So he was the best shooter out of his class. Mary says daughter's first husband, also Camp Pendleton, cocky like him. He can't claim self-defense because of PTSD. That's what he's doing. Cazador, that's what he's doing. And his training. He's also, it's his training and he asked about his disability. He asked the detectives in the interrogation. He asked about my disability. How will that play out? So, let's see. T. Dugan, my son was at Paris Island. There were a few hundred graduated. Okay. All right. Sherry, my son is a marksman for U.S. Coast Guard. Pretty proud mama here. Very good. Mandy, how has he been on the stand long? Yeah, maybe 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes, something like that. Yeah, they're just kind of getting going, Mandy. They're talking about his background. He was in Iraq in 2007. He was deployed to Okinawa, and he said Philippines, Korea, I think he said, all over the Pacific, and then he went to Iraq in 2008. So we're just doing. He's basically just in the back. He's providing background right now. Play on crime. Yeah, he was only in for 6 years. Yep, he was honorably discharged in 2011. So I want to know what his rank is. I think you guys were asking, what's his rank? I would love to know his rank. Maybe we'll find that out on cross. What's your rank? And I'm hoping that the defense says, why were you discharged? Like, what was, maybe it's just, maybe, what he saw in Iraq, maybe. 40 to 70 graduate basic training. Okay, so when he's saying he was top of his class, he's saying between 40 and 70, roughly. All right, so, somebody has to be the best, right? Somebody's got to be the best shooter, I guess, right? T. Dugan saying BS on the training. They think of humans first unless they're in active combat. Yeah. Yeah, you guys tell me. I know some people that have been in the military, but you guys tell me. Lazy Boy should be at E4 at least. Okay. No, because we are behind. So let's. Oh wait, I should be fast forwarding. What am I doing? Fast forward through this and try and get caught up a little bit. We're only a half hour behind. This is a long sidebar.
If there's a pending question, it is withdrawn, subject to being rephrased.
Do you have PTSD?
I do.
Is your PTSD service connected?
It is.
How does your PTSD affect you?
I have severe depression, specifically bouts of severe depression, which affects really just everyday life, but to include just everything, even from like maintaining jobs, stuff like that.
And when did you start experiencing symptoms of your PTSD?
Real symptoms, probably once I got out of the Marine Corps. I guess, well, actually probably not. I guess I'll rephrase that. Immediately afterwards, I'm questioning what I can say, but
The question in front of you, just I think ask it as narrowly, answer as narrowly as you can, is when did you first start experiencing symptoms from your PTSD?
Okay, with that direct question, immediately afterwards.
Immediately after you were discharged from the Marine Corps?
Well, no, immediately after the event itself.
Immediately after the event itself?
Yes.
And what year was that?
2008.
That was while you were in Iraq?
Yes.
When did you get a diagnosis of PTSD?
Officially, this would have been 2021 or 22.
So after almost 15 years of experiencing symptoms?
Yes, yes.
When were you discharged from the Marines?
So this would have been 2011. I was honorably discharged in 2011.
You were honorably discharged at what rank?
As a sergeant.
After leaving the Marines, where did you move?
I moved to Los Angeles, California, that's where I got my degree in audio engineering, and then I was almost immediately hired at Fox Sports as a post-production audio engineer.
Were you experiencing symptoms of PTSD or depression while you lived in Los Angeles?
Yes.
Where did you live after LA?
So Afterwards, which this was just part of my sort of severe depression, but I ended up moving to Las Vegas, Nevada, and that made sense just for my work, and also working as an event technician, so working at for like corporate events and music events in Vegas.
How was your mental health when you first moved to Vegas?
It was
Objection. Relevance.
Approach.
All right, so we found out he was honorably discharged as a sergeant in 2011. He went to school in LA for audio engineering, and he got a job at Fox Sports. Kind of makes sense because he has a YouTube channel and he sounds good. His lighting is good, so he comes across as professional on his music or on his YouTube channel. Then he moved to Las Vegas as an event tech for corporate and music events, and that makes sense because Vegas, that's a good place to go. Good place to do it. Yeah, what happened to his job at Fox Sports? Yeah, that's a pretty good gig. I think that would be a pretty good gig. Any kind of any of the alphabet, what do you call them? Alphabet corporations to get a job with any of them. I would think that's a pretty good job. But we'll find out. We'll find out. Kathy, was any of this diagnosed by doctors? We have to wait. We're waiting to find out. Patsy says, PTSD is treating. I had to take meds, see a psych doctor for a couple of years. Barry, how long to have one job or live in one place? Right. Let's see. Oh, and we did have a clue dropped. I saw that. The trial channel dropped a clue. I can't go back and I can't scroll back that far, but all right, hold on. Mikazador, let's see. Infantry Marine course, 14 weeks or 60 days. This is where he learned all of his firing and marksman. It's one per class. 8 classes run at least once last year. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah. No. Thank you, guys. This is great. It's great knowledge. This is what we like. We like our chat to be educating us. So thank you for that. Awesome Potamus says there's post-service loss of identity, not PTSD. Oh, that's post-service loss of identity. Some people have mental health issues after they have discharged because the loss of structure. Well, he's saying it happened in Iraq, so let's see what happened. PFAN says if PTSD was that bad, why would he have custody of the kids? He does, well, they were supposed to have co-custody. They never really ironed that out. There was nothing written as far as I know from what we've heard so far. They never wrote it out saying you're going to get Elowen 2 weeks of the month. I'm going to get her two weeks of the month. They never really had that in writing.
Overruled.
Dustin, how was your mental health when you first moved to Vegas?
It was extremely bad. So that was part of why my move happened, but it only got worse as I was there. And along with another traumatic event, that's when I had a suicide attempt.
Were you hospitalized after your suicide attempt?
Yes.
Where did you go after was it a psychiatric hospitalization?
Yes.
Where did you go after your psychiatric hospitalization?
So this was a little bit afterwards. My parents were trying to convince me to live with them, to come back to Minnesota and basically just try to take care of myself, take care of my health, and just be with family for a while. So it took a few months afterwards, but eventually I agreed and moved back to Minnesota, and this would have been November, December of 2018.
You moved back to Minnesota in November or December 2018?
Yes.
When did you meet Caitlyn?
So this was shortly afterwards, maybe about this, well, yeah, it would have been like 3 months later, February of 2019.
Where did you meet?
So it was at a bar, and I remember it specifically because the Super Bowl was on.
Did you two start dating?
Yes, probably about a week or two later.
When did Caitlyn get pregnant?
Almost immediately. So I think I found out it's probably April of 2019.
How did you feel when you found out that Caitlyn was pregnant?
There was a mix of emotions. So this was not planned. This was unexpected. So I was kind of anxious about it, but at the same time, I got pretty excited about just having a family, starting a family.
Had you always planned on having a family?
I did. Came a little early, but yes.
And was Caitlyn pregnant with your daughter, Elwyn?
Yes.
Did you and Caitlyn move in together once you found out she was pregnant?
Yeah, so I don't remember the exact time, but it probably was around that time, April 2019, in which she moved in with me at my parents' house.
How were you involved during the pregnancy?
I tried to be involved as much as possible. I was going to all the doctor's appointments, just trying to take care of Caitlyn as much as I could. Just like her being happy makes the baby happy. So just, trying to take care of her as much as I could as well.
How was your mental health immediately before Caitlyn got pregnant?
Before it was still pretty bad. I was seeing a psychologist. Not great.
Can you tell me what you mean by not great?
I was still dealing with some pretty bad depression, and just my life just kind of feeling meaningless, or just really without purpose.
How was your mental health during Caitlyn's pregnancy?
So it improved pretty quickly, with just being so excited about starting a family.
Did it make you feel like you had a purpose?
It was starting to, yes.
Tell us about the day that Elwyn was born.
So it was December 2nd. So right away in the morning, Caitlyn woke me up and told me her water broke, and we went to the hospital. The labor was long. It was about 13 hours. But once Elwyn was born, she was placed on Caitlyn's chest, and but immediately she was turning purple and wasn't breathing. So immediately I'm yelling at the nurses like, "Hey, something's seriously wrong here." They grab her, they take her to the side. They end up restarting, like she was started to breathe again. But then they ended up taking her to the NICU, to where she ended up spending a week there. Everything was fine, but they were just doing that as a precaution.
Where were you and Caitlyn while Elwyn was in the NICU?
So for the most part, we were with her. So we didn't really want to. Obviously, we wanted to be with her all the time, and then we would sometimes try to get back to the house just to like shower or whatever, try to get some sleep, and but yeah, for the most part in the NICU with her.
Tell us what it felt like the first time that you held Elwyn.
It was beautiful. This was, hey, I have my first child. It was amazing.
When Elwyn was discharged from the hospital, where did the three of you go?
We moved back with my parents at their house.
And this was in Minnesota?
Yes.
How did it feel to take Elwyn home from the hospital?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
How did it feel to take Elwyn home from the hospital?
Again, amazing. Again, it was, I just felt so happy just having this family, just being together as this family.
Did you spend a lot of time with Elwyn when she was an infant?
All the time, as much as I could. Always being by her side. I mean, whatever, just, I don't know, bassinets, is that what they're called? Wherever she was sleeping, wherever she was, I always wanted to be near her, just always being with her. She actually had this little, it was like a little unicorn handkerchief or blanket, I guess. But she always had it since she was born, and she would make these noises like goy goy when she had it, and that we ended up calling it goy goy, and she still has it today, and that's still what we call it, her goy goy.
What did you like to do with Elwyn when she was an infant?
Well, I definitely like to show her off a lot. Just going to see different family, friends. Yeah.
When she was an infant, were you worried about Elwyn's safety?
Of course. I was always watching her, always protecting her, to where just even if she's on the bed, is something over her, like is she gonna roll over, or would she roll off the bed, or like if she's laying on the couch for some reason, is she gonna roll off the couch? I was just always watching her.
How long after Elwyn was born did you stay in Minnesota?
So this was about 6 months. So it would have been June. Yeah, I think like June of 2020. And at this point, so I had talked about how I was only ever in Minnesota temporarily, and my plan was always to go back to Nevada eventually. And then, so obviously I got disrupted a little bit with Elwyn being born, but and then actually 2020 as well, that was during COVID. And so my work wasn't really available. Events were not really happening in Vegas. And so I was trying to find work. And it just worked out that I happened to find a job at the United States Postal Service as a mail carrier. So
let me just make sure this is clear. So you said you left Minnesota in June of 2020. Is
Yes.
that when you moved to Vegas?
Yes, that's when I moved to Vegas.
And you moved there because of a job with USPS?
Yes.
Did Caitlyn and Elwyn also move to Vegas?
Yes.
Were you looking for USPS for a long time?
Working for them, no. So once we moved there, this had a lot to do with how much a mail carrier, specifically in Vegas, was working at the time during the pandemic. To where there was a lot of work, learning or working long hours, like easily over like 12 hours, probably 6 days a week. And my depression started coming back. I think a lot of it had to do with just me not being around Elwyn and Caitlyn. So I ended up quitting that around October, November 2020.
I'm going to ask you a little bit about your first Christmas in Vegas. Was Caitlyn there?
No,
Where had Caitlyn gone?
she flew back to Minnesota.
Did she take Elwyn with her?
No.
Who was in Vegas with you?
So it was just me and Elwyn.
How was your and Elwyn's first Christmas in Vegas?
So this was, again, to where my depression was coming back, and really that first morning, all I had was just this little Christmas tree is probably about a foot tall, and then just a couple presents. And I was really starting to feel just sort of worthless again, like almost like I didn't deserve her. I couldn't provide for her, didn't deserve her. And
Do you mean Elwyn? You were starting to feel like
Elwyn, yes. And but she was so happy, and her just how happy she was, that became really just the most pivotal moment in my life. With everything I'd done, everything just paled in comparison to that moment of just, she became my everything, my life. And from that moment on, she was my purpose, my meaning in life.
Tell us about what Elwyn was like as a toddler.
Always happy, always run around, always learning. I tried to be good with always teaching her stuff. I remember sending it was a video to my mom, but she had flashcards to where they just had letters on them, like ABCD, and then a picture of an animal on it. And I remember showing her or recording this and just showing Elwyn these pictures or these flashcards, and her just rattling them off, getting them one by one, every single one of them correct, and just how amazingly smart she was, just even at such a young age.
How did you feel about being a father?
Again, it was amazing. That it felt like that was my entire life, was being a father.
Were there any times when Elwyn was a toddler where you were concerned about her safety?
There was a specific situation to where Caitlyn was babysitting another kid. He was a little bit older, so Elwyn would have been 2 or 3 at the time, and this other.
Objection, Your Honor.
Approach.
Sorry, I was getting pizza. Our pizza guy came. He had a Mustaine for President shirt, and I said, "Mustaine for President." He's like, "You know who that is?" I'm like, "Yeah, Dave Mustaine, of course." He's like, "Oh, are you gonna go see their farewell tour?" I'm like, "Well, where is it?" And he's like, "Is it North Carolina?" I'm like, "Yeah, no, I'm not gonna go there." But apparently they're touring with Megadeth and Metallica and Anthrax. And I said, "Oh, I got a story to tell you about Anthrax." Next time I see he was all excited. He's like, "Oh yeah, right on." So I gotta tell him my Anthrax story. But it's funny. He had like long blonde hair. Reminded me of me like 30 years ago.
Rephrase. Is it fair to say that you continue to be concerned, on alert about Elwyn's safety when she was a toddler?
Absolutely, yes.
Did you do anything together with Caitlyn to help ensure that your family was safe?
So yes, I taught her to use the pistol that I had. She had already known a little bit, but we went out. I took her out to the range a few times. We fired it. I made sure that she knew how to use it as well.
You testified previously about being a combat marksman's coach for the Marines. Is that how you taught Caitlyn how to use a firearm?
Yes, and not as an intense way, but yes.
And was it your understanding that Caitlyn was proficient with a pistol?
Yeah.
You said you taught her with your pistol. What pistol are you referring to?
Really, this was the only pistol I've ever owned, and it was gifted to me by my dad after I got out of the Marine Corps.
Was there anything about living in Vegas that caused safety concerns?
Objection. Relevance.
May we approach, Judge?
Sure.
All right, so my anthrax story. Okay, so when he says he became an audio engineer, I'm like, oh, that hits close to home because I went to school for TV and radio production as well. So when I moved to New York, I really wanted to get into TV. I wanted to be a camera operator, right? So that was my dream, was to be like a camera operator for either sports or National Geographic, like travel the world and take video and stuff like that. That was kind of my dream. So I went to New York and fell into, because becoming what I wanted was heavy with unions, and I was just like, I just couldn't go there because I just saw what was going on with that. So I ended up going into the audio part of that. So I worked for a couple AV companies. Theater Technology was one of them. We did the Singing Christmas Tree. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Singing Christmas Tree in South Street Seaport, but they would literally build like this tree, and then they'd have people go up there and sing, and it looked like a tree. They'd all wear green and red caps or whatever. It was really cool. So we provided the audio for that, among other things. And then I worked for AVR, which is, I'll finish it up later.
Sustained as to the question, but withdrawn to rephrase.
Yes, so I'm going to assume there were multiple incidents in Vegas that caused you safety concerns?
Yes.
Can you tell me about the last, maybe like the third one?
Okay, so it was at night. Caitlyn was working that night, and so and this was late at night, so probably like 10 p.m. maybe. But Ellen and I were on the couch just watching TV. I think Ellen was asleep at the time, but I heard the doorknob sort of rattling, and and by the way, the living room was right next to the front door, and so I peeked back, and there's some blinds and a window behind me. So I peek back and pull the blind back a little bit, and there's a person right there trying to get into the house. So I immediately grab Elwyn and I run upstairs, and I set her down upstairs, and I tell her, do not move. And I end up grabbing my gun, going out to the door, and start yelling for the person to get out of here. And they really started banging on the door at that point, trying to get in. At one point, I did end up slightly cracking the door and showing like flashing the pistol that I had and yelling at him, hey, you really need to get out of here now. At that point, they tried to stick their foot in the door, like kick the door open. I was able to slam it shut on them, lock it again. At that point, that's when I ended up calling the police as I'm standing in front of the door. And within that conversation, they said that they were on their way. I do remember specifically they're asking about the gun because I told them that I had one out, and I specifically told them I'd put it away when they arrived. But it took them about 30 minutes to get there, and by that time this person had left, and so they did eventually show up. I walked outside with Elwin and just sort of talked to him a bit. We tried to get some Ring doorbell camera footage, but we ended up not being able to see anything.
But the police didn't respond in time to address the threat or catch the person?
No.
At some point, did you and Caitlyn decide to leave Las Vegas?
So, yes. She didn't really like Nevada. I did, but I basically was saying, okay, if you don't want to live here, convince me where we should move. And over the course of probably about a year and a half, we went over just a bunch of different places to move to. But she had suggested early on about New Hampshire, specifically because her Aunt Brenda lived here, and she thought she could get work through her. And that was eventually what we decided on.
When were you planning to move to New Hampshire?
So this would have been, at the time we were renting a house, and our lease was going to be up August 1st. So that was going to be the time.
August 1st of what year?
Oh, this would have been 2023.
What steps had you taken together to move to New Hampshire?
So we had been talking about it for a long time, but we closer to it, I ended up ordering some pods, like U-Haul storage pods that they bring to the house, and then you pack them up and they ship them out. But I had ordered some pods, brought it to the house, or had it being brought to the house to pack up all our stuff and eventually move there.
Did you think that you and Caitlyn had agreed on a plan to move to New Hampshire?
Yes.
And whose idea was it?
Caitlyn's.
Would you have been happy to stay in Nevada?
Yes.
How were you planning on getting to New Hampshire?
So the plan was for me to basically drive, and I had a very long road trip planned out. Actually, I had two planned out because I had a southern route and a northern route. But Elwin and I driving out, and then Caitlyn and Valen would then fly out.
Why were you going to drive with Elwin while Caitlyn flew with Valen?
I guess specifically, I didn't think Valen at that point, she would have been about 6 months old. I didn't think that she or really anyone would be able to handle a long road trip.
I think I skipped an important event in your life here. When was Valen born?
Oh, that was January 17th, 2023.
And Valen is your and Caitlin's child?
Yes.
Was she born in Vegas?
Yes.
And so your plan was for 6 months old Valen to fly to New Hampshire with Caitlyn while you drove with Elowen?
Yes.
Did the four of you move to New Hampshire in August 2023 as planned?
No.
What happened instead?
So before the pods I'd ordered have arrived, a different set of pods showed up, and I was upstairs at the time, and I heard a truck outside and was confused about what was going on. I didn't know if there was pods were there, if they were just coincidence that it was someone else's pods, or if ours had arrived early. But anyways, I go downstairs to go check on it, and Caitlyn is in the kitchen, and I tell her, hey, there's pods outside. I'm going to go check out what they're about. And she says that they're hers. And this was really the first time I found out that no, she was not going to New Hampshire, that she was going back to Minnesota.
And had you been aware that Caitlyn was planning on going back to Minnesota?
No, that was the moment I found out.
What did you do when you found out that Caitlyn was going back to Minnesota?
I was pretty distraught. I didn't understand it. I was pretty upset just about how and why she was breaking up the family. I didn't understand it.
Did you and Caitlyn come up with a plan about what would happen with the kids when she went back to Minnesota?
No. So I was trying to talk to her about it, about what the plan was. And again, just being really distraught about just what was going on. Was she going to just go back by herself, and she was going to leave the kids with me, or is she trying to take both, or are we splitting the kids? And any one of those options I didn't really like, but she just wasn't responding. She just wouldn't have that conversation with me.
What happened when Caitlyn went back to Minnesota?
So she ended up just going outside with the stroller, like she was going to the park.
Who was in the stroller?
Valen. So Elowen was at daycare at this point. She was in like a preschool daycare kind of thing. And so she took Valen out into the stroller and just was kind of walking like going to the park, and which was normal. I mean, we went to the park all the time, so that seemed like a normal thing. She didn't take anything. She just left like she was going to the park. And a couple hours go by, and she hadn't come back, or I didn't hear anything, so I ended up going to the park, and no one was there. So I texted her, where is she? And she responded that she was at the airport with Valen.
Had Caitlyn previously told you that she was taking Valen to the airport?
No.
And did Caitlyn tell you where her and Valen were going to go once they got to the airport?
Well, they were going to Minnesota.
Had Caitlyn told you she was taking Valen to Minnesota?
No.
Had you given permission for Caitlyn to take Valen to a different state?
No.
What did you do when Caitlyn told you that she was at the airport with Valen about to take your child to a different state?
So I freaked out. I immediately drove to Elowen's daycare because I wanted to see if she had grabbed Elowen too. And so I went there, and no, she wasn't. Elowen was still at the daycare. So I picked her up and then sped to the airport. And as I was doing that, I was calling my parents. I called her dad, Rob, just trying to figure out what was going on. And it seemed like no one knew what was going on.
Did you talk to Caitlyn again that day?
So eventually I did get her on the phone, and this was while I was still driving, and she said she wasn't going to come back through security because, and I started telling her I at least want to say goodbye to Valen, and for her to at least say goodbye to Elwyn. But she just said she wasn't going to go back through security. And eventually, I guess I just gave up on it and turned around and headed back to the house.
When you headed back to the house, did you talk to anyone else? Or did you continue to talk to other people about what to do?
Well, yes. So, I ended up trying to figure out just basically what to do, but I was talking to like my family and Caitlyn's family just about what was happening and what the plan should be. I figured, well, okay, if we're not going to New Hampshire, I'll just stay in Nevada because I just like Nevada. I like the desert. I like being there, so I figured I would just stay in Nevada. But they were all, both my family and her family, they're all trying to convince me, hey, come back to Minnesota. We'll all be together. We'll all try and figure this out together. And really, I didn't make up my mind until July 31st, really, the day before I left. And because I had already had an apartment secured in Vegas, a new apartment. And, yeah, I eventually decided to go back to Minnesota, really on the point that I did not want Elwyn and Valen to grow up separately. That really bothered me.
How did you get back to Minnesota from Vegas?
So Elwyn and I, we made a nice road trip out of it. Spent several days with a friend of mine in Utah and just doing this whole road trip. That was just another incredible bonding experience. Yeah.
Once you got back to Minnesota, where did you live?
So I ended up moving back in with my parents.
What about Caitlyn? Where did she live?
So she was living with a friend of hers.
How far apart was where you lived and where Caitlyn lived?
If I'm remembering right, it was about an hour and a half.
Where were the girls? Where were Elwyn and Valen living when you were both in Minnesota?
So we were splitting custody to where there'd be times to where she was with Caitlyn. The girls were with Caitlyn, and then times where they were with me and my parents.
Who were they with more?
I think the total number came out to be 98 days with me and my family, 48 days with her, and then a random 15 days to where the kids were split for whatever reason.
When the kids were moving between the two households, how did they get from one place to another?
So I would normally drive, which I was fine with doing, but I would just drive and drop them off, or drive down there and pick up the girls. But eventually we ended up figuring out a restaurant to kind of meet in the middle, and then that generally became our spot to exchange the girls.
Did you try to come up with a more permanent plan for where the four of you would live?
So yes, specifically in October, I had a meeting at the same restaurant that we would normally meet at with Rob, her dad, and we tried to plan out, or basically, okay, I asked her just point blank of, hey, can we just continue our trip to New Hampshire? And she immediately said yes, and which kind of surprised me because I thought I would have to try to convince her somehow, but she just immediately said yes, and from that point on, that's when we started planning to eventually continue the move that was planned to New Hampshire.
Just gonna ask a couple clarifying questions. You said this meeting was sometime around October. Was this October of 2023?
Yes.
And then you said, you asked if you could continue your trip. By that, did you mean your move to New Hampshire?
Yes.
Were the four of you going to live together in New Hampshire?
I would not have been opposed to it. I'm just someone who's really big on the nuclear family, and I feel like it's really, really important for children to grow up with both parents in the household together, everyone living together. And so I would not have been opposed to it, but at first the plan was that we would live separately.
And when did you decide to, or when did you plan to move to New Hampshire?
So this was October, so we were deciding that we would wait until after all the holidays, and so like Halloween, Thanksgiving, Alwyn's birthday on December 2nd, and then Christmas, New Year's, and then Valen's birthday on January 17th. So we'd wait for after all the holidays, spend the rest of the time with family, and then after Valen's birthday, then to start the move.
Was the plan for all four of you to start the move at the same time?
So no, I would go out there first with Elwyn, get the place secured and just kind of get set up, and then Caitlyn would then fly out with Valen. And we worked it out to where she would drop Valen off to me, and then she would go back to Minnesota just to kind of get money and just kind of work on what she needed to do, free of not having to worry about the girls. And then once she got some money secured, then moving a few months later, when her Aunt Brenda would have seasonal work for her.
And why didn't you just take both Elwyn and Valen with you initially?
Again, the road trip, I thought it would just be too much. But I did know previously, just because of Elwyn's and I's road trip from Nevada to Minnesota, which she did fantastic with, that I knew that she would have a really easy time, and we'd have just another great bonding experience kind of doing this road trip from Minnesota to New Hampshire.
And you said you thought it would be too much. Did you mean too much for Valen?
Well, yes, but probably me too, trying to do a road trip with two young girls, like a 1-year-old and a 4-year-old at the time, yes.
And Valen was one at the time of this
Yes, yes.
What did you do to get ready to move to New Hampshire?
So I had, again, ordered pods, just sort of packing up all the girls' stuff. As we were doing this, Caitlyn was bringing me some of the stuff, like Elwyn and Valen's stuff that she had. Like during Valen's birthday, we went to the Mall of America. But anyways, when we met there, then Caitlyn brought kind of the remainder of Elwyn's stuff that she had, and then some of Valen's stuff, so that I could put it in the pods to be sent to New Hampshire. So she did that, and then two, I showed her because I had gotten the apartment by then, and so I was showing her pictures of the apartment and where we were staying, and that it was going to be the place in Berlin, the apartment in Berlin.
Did you give her the address?
Yes.
So you said you had decided to leave for New Hampshire after the holidays, the last of the holidays being Valen's birthday?
Yes.
And what day is Valen's birthday?
January 17th.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Certainly, certainly.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for ID as Defendant's E. What is that?
It's a January 2024 calendar.
Is there more than one page?
Yes. So it's also February and March 2024.
Can you please mark Valen's birthday, January 17th, on the calendar?
Yes.
Did Caitlyn book a flight to New Hampshire?
Yes. So this was before I left. She ordered a flight out to Boston. Yes.
And how did you know she had gotten a flight to Boston before you left?
I'm pretty sure she texted it to me. I'm pretty sure the day before we ended up leaving. Elwin and I.
What day did Caitlyn text you information about her flight?
I mean, I don't recall exactly, but I guess maybe the 19th, January 19th.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you copies of the text between you and Caitlyn?
Okay.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked for ID as Defendant's Exhibit I. What does that first message show?
It shows the.
Your Honor, that was supposed to refresh recollection.
Assistant.
When did Caitlyn text you her flight information?
That was January 19th.
And what did she text you specifically?
She texted me a screenshot of the flight info.
What dates are on the reservation?
The 27th. I believe it was February 27th.
Was there a return flight?
Yes.
What date was the return flight scheduled?
The 5th. I think it was the 5th, March 5th.
And whose name is on the reservation?
Caitlyn's.
And again, she sent you that text on January 19th.
Yes.
Can you note on the calendar that I've provided when Caitlyn sent you her flight information?
Okay.
What day did you leave Minnesota?
So that was the next day, January 20th.
And you left with Elwin?
Yes.
Can you please mark on the calendar the day that you and Elowen left Minnesota?
Yes. Okay.
Had Caitlyn been with you, or I'm sorry, had Elowen been with you the night before you left from Minnesota?
No. So I had to pick her up on the morning of the 20th.
Where did you pick her up from?
So this was this was at her friend's house. So I drove over in the morning, went to her friend's house. She was the one that opened the door. I guess I can say the name, Sarah. But saw her, just said a brief greeting, just hey, and then she went upstairs. And I went inside, just met with Caitlyn for a little bit, and we all came out together to the car. I had it just packed with all sorts of stuff for the road trip. Like my mom made Elowen a picture book, but just road trip ready. And then basically I said goodbye to Valen, and Caitlyn said goodbye to Elowen, and we started our road trip.
Before you started, had you sent any messages to Caitlyn that day?
Before?
Before you left?
Yes.
And why did you message her?
It was just to figure out where I was picking up Elowen.
And did Caitlyn send you an address to pick Elowen up?
Yes.
She sent that via text?
Yes.
Did you text her again to let her know when you got there?
Yes. To Sarah's house, yes.
Yeah. Were you and Caitlyn in touch while you and Elowen were on the road trip?
Yes, the whole time. Actually, immediately afterwards, it was about 10 minutes after I started the road trip, Elowen just started vomiting in the car. And anyway, so I immediately had to pull over and take care of her. And I texted Caitlyn about, hey, Elowen's throwing up in the car, what is going on? And she texted back just something about how, Elowen had been sick.
Sustained.
Hearsay.
Were you and Caitlyn in touch in other ways while you were on the trip?
Yes, so I had been calling and we were FaceTiming and just kind of showing our adventures throughout the road trip.
Were there any other subjects that you communicated about while you were on the road trip?
I think again she was asking for some more money. I had been just sort of regularly sending her money. It wasn't a ton, but it was just kind of what I could afford, like a few $100s every month, like maybe like $500 one month or $100 the next month. But I think she was asking just for some more money.
And how did you respond?
As to who responded, has Caitlyn respond?
How did Dustin respond to Caitlyn?
Objection, may we approach?
Yep. Sustained.
May we approach?
Trying to fast forward through this, but it seems like this is a long break.
Dustin, I'm going to approach with what's been marked for ID as Defendant's Exhibit F. You can take that. What is that?
It's a picture of Elwin and I at Niagara Falls.
And was that picture taken while you were on your road trip?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of what you and Elwin looked like and where you were on your road trip?
Yes.
Did you text that photograph to Caitlyn?
Yes.
And when did you text it to her?
I believe it was immediately after we got to the house.
So after you got to New Hampshire?
Yes.
And why did you text that photograph to her?
Objection.
Overruled.
Relevance.
Overruled.
Really, I just wanted to show what we were all doing. Obviously, I wanted to keep Caitlyn informed on just what was going on and what we're doing.
And was it just one of a series of photographs that you sent to Caitlyn from you and Elwin's road trip?
Yes.
Judge, I'd move to strike the ID in that Defendant's Exhibit F be entered as a full exhibit.
Over the state's objection, the ID may be stricken and it shall be considered as a full exhibit.
Permission to publish to the jury?
Yes?
Members of the jury, I'm going to ask you to pass this photograph.
Okay, we'll stop here for our mid-afternoon break. Members of the jury will resume at 20 after. We'll resume at 2:20. Again, please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves, and if anyone does so, please inform a bailiff. Thank you. All rise. Okay, thank you. Please be seated.
This photo of you and Elwyn, Defendant's F, you said that you sent it to Caitlyn?
Yes.
Did you send it to anyone else?
Yes. I'm trying to remember exactly who. I think my parents, I think, and I think both of Caitlyn's parents as well.
Both Lori and Rob?
I think so, yes.
Do you still have that calendar up there?
Yes.
What date did you arrive in New Hampshire?
If I'm remembering right, I actually think it was the 25th, January 25th.
So that's different than the date that you guessed when you were, or mentioned when you were talking to the police?
So, yes. The more I thought about it, the more, I'm pretty sure it was the 25th, not the 23rd.
Can you write the date you arrived in New Hampshire on the calendar?
Yes. Okay.
Where was your apartment?
So I was in Berlin.
Was it on 1063 Main Street?
Yes.
How was the apartment when you arrived?
So we arrived a little early, so it needed some cleaning. But anyways, we did some deep cleaning and then got kind of what we had taken in the car set up and ready for the pods to arrive to really get settled in.
Did you set up your bedroom?
With what we had, yes.
And did you set up the girls' bedroom?
Yes.
Did you do anything else to get settled in?
Quite a bit, just to get settled in New Hampshire. I had to get new driver's license, new registration on the vehicle, new license plate. I got Elwyn enrolled in the Berlin Head Start, the preschool that's right there. And we were regularly going to like the Berlin library. But yeah, just kind of getting all that taken care of.
Did you send anyone your address?
Yes. Yes, Rob was asking to send Valentine's Day cards.
Did you ask Caitlyn before sharing the address with Rob?
I did. Actually, I take it back. It was actually right afterwards. But I did ask Caitlyn if I could share or if she had an issue with me sharing the address to anyone.
Did she?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and hearsay.
Sustained.
But you testified earlier that you had, Rob, Caitlyn's dad, had wanted to send some Valentine's Day cards?
Yes.
70 is a scene video interrogation.
Let me just took a photograph of some scene.
Apologize, George, I'm trying to find one specific photo. Those are in order now. The pictures are. So if it's, are you looking for 7? Oh, you don't have them. Us to keep the Valentine's cards. Dustin, where in the house do you keep the Valentine's cards?
I set them in the living room, and it was on a little, like a black drawer. I set them on top of it.
Were they in one of the photographs the state introduced?
I believe so, yes.
Was it maybe visible in a video that was played?
Maybe.
Okay.
That might have been it.
For everyone's sake, I'll stop trying to find it. How were things with Caitlyn once you got to New Hampshire?
So they were all right at first, but she was really having money issues, and so she was continually asking for more and more money.
Did you have an argument about money?
Yes, so this was February 14th. She really what a lot of it was about money, but it also included how she wanted to put Elwyn and Valen on her taxes. And I didn't even say no, but she just didn't even like that response. So she started making a lot of threats about how she was going to say that I kidnapped Elwyn and took her to New Hampshire without her permission.
Let me ask you, had you done that?
No.
And your understanding was that Caitlyn had given you permission to?
Yes.
And you had been staying in touch with Caitlyn along your journey?
Yes.
And sending her parents your address?
Yes.
Who did she say she threatened she was going to call and falsely make these claims to?
To the police.
What else? Anything else happened during that argument?
Along with that, just threatening that she would take the girls away from me and I'd never see them again.
And how did that argument impact your plan, the plan that you and Caitlyn had for Caitlyn to bring Valen to New Hampshire?
So at that point, I wasn't sure what was happening. Now it sounded like she was not going to bring Valen to New Hampshire. So I start making a bunch of calls immediately.
Let me back you up there for a second, okay?
Yes.
You said that argument was on February 14th,
Yes.
and is Caitlyn's phone number 612-900-4997?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the cell phone records the state introduced into evidence earlier. States, make sure I have the right one. States 13.
Mr. Duren, can you see that?
I
from your screen?
cannot, no.
It'll be more than 5 or 10 minutes. We'll resume when we've restored capabilities. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Thank you.
All right.
How many lawyers does it take to get the TV to work? They're all just kind of milling around. We're gonna be caught up at this point. I think we're caught up. Yep.
Thank you. Please be seated.
All right, we're officially caught up.
So you testified earlier that Caitlyn's phone number was 612-900-4997, right?
Yes.
And now we're taking a look at the cell phone records, States Exhibit 13. There row 35 is highlighted.
Yes.
Does that show that you called Caitlyn on February 14th?
Yes.
What time does it say that you called her?
15:33.
Is that
That's
3:33
3:33 p.m., yes.
And after, you said you had called multiple people after this argument. Is that call the one you're referencing with the argument?
Yes, yes.
Who did you contact after the argument?
I believe I called several different people, but I called my Minnesota attorney several times. I think I called my parents. I may have called Rob and Lori. I guess I don't remember specifically that day.
Okay. And going through these cell phone records would help you remember, I assume?
If I knew the phone numbers, I don't remember the exact phone numbers.
The next two calls you made are to 952 955-8008. Does that sound like your Minnesota attorney's phone number?
Yes, actually, yes.
And is that an attorney that you were talking to around child custody?
Yes.
And so do lines 36 and 37 show that you called your Minnesota attorney twice?
Yes.
At what times?
That was 15:55 and 15:56. 3:55 and 3:56.
And we heard testimony earlier about what your mom's phone number is. That next line, line 38, is that your
Yep.
mom's phone number?
Yes, it is.
So did you call your mom? Does that
Yes.
You called your mom?
So yes, I did call my mom, yes.
And what time did you call your mom?
That was 4:09
And line
p.m.
4:09 p.m. And then that next line, what does that show? So we've got who the call was made to, and then who the call was made from afterwards.
So that's my mom calling me back.
And then lines 40 and 41, who's calling you back there?
That's the Minnesota attorney.
What time did the Minnesota attorney call you back?
That's 4:18 p.m.
Line 42, who do you call?
That again, that's the attorney.
Is Lori Smith's phone number 763-381?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Sure.
All right, so we are officially caught up now. Officially caught up. Let's see. We have had 5 clues have dropped. We've had 5 clues have...
You testified earlier about having some trouble remembering Lori and Rob's numbers. Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you their phone numbers?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
As to-
Format. May I see what's being shown to this witness? May we approach?
Yes.
Boy, the state is laughing. Thank you, Alice. Thank you for your generous donation. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. The state's like, can we approach, Your Honor? Are you kidding me? All right, 254, 255. All right, so we're actually ahead of them now. We're in the future. All right, so still direct. This is still direct testimony. We haven't gotten to the actual shooting and then his arrest, so fully expecting. So once we get to his shooting and then the arrest, then expect cross to come up. So we still have to get to the shooting. All right, and if you haven't taken the poll yet, do you believe Dustin and his testimony? Take a moment. I'll let it be up for another few minutes. And okay, I was going to say 5 out of the 6 polls, 5 out of the 6 clues have dropped. 5 out of the 6 clues have dropped. So if you're playing along at home, 5 out of the 6. And we do ask you, if you feel you think you figured it out, because as we're getting more and more clues, this is clue number 5. If you feel you figured it out, please email us. Excuse me, please email us. If you think you figured it out, please email us and we'll keep it sealed and then we'll unveil that the night of. So if you think you figured it out, please email us. Don't post it so that other people, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. I'm just saying, just email us. If you think, actually no deliberating, that's another point. No deliberating until Halloween. So no deliberating before Halloween. If you think you have figured it out, please email us, info@trialtvlive.com. Please email us if you think and or when you think you have figured it out, and we'll mark the date and we'll read those on Halloween.
So you don't remember Lori's number?
I don't know.
Do you remember the area code or anything like that?
Not off the top of my head, no.
And you don't remember Rob's either?
No.
Okay. But you think that you called Lori and Rob?
Yes.
We heard testimony earlier that the Berlin Police Department phone number is 603-752-3131. And we also saw from an earlier witness that you called 603-752-3131 on February 14th. I'm going to draw your attention to line 46. Does that show that you called the Berlin Police Department on February 14th?
Yes.
And what time?
5:20 p.m.
Did you call the Berlin Police Department before or after your argument with Caitlyn?
Afterwards.
Why did you call the Berlin Police Department?
I was worried that she was going to call them and try to have me arrested. Like claim that I kidnapped Elwyn and brought her to New Hampshire.
And again, that claim was false.
Yes.
What did the Berlin Police Department tell you about whether or not they would get involved?
They said they would not get involved.
Let's look at the next record, line 47. Does that show that you called your mom again?
Yes.
And what time did you call your mom?
5:32 p.m.
What's the phone number you called on line 48?
It is 612-221-2078.
And so that's the same area code as Caitlyn's phone number?
Yes.
Do you remember whose phone number that is?
And that is potentially Lori's.
But you're not sure?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not sure.
That's okay. Does it show what time you called someone with the same area code as Caitlyn's phone number?
6:45 p.m.
And is that the last call you made that night?
Yes, it is.
After that argument, when's the next time that you and Caitlyn communicated?
So it was almost a week later to where Elwyn, it was the first time that Elwyn went to the Berlin Head Start, the preschool. And so she was pretty excited about it and wanted to talk to her mom, talk to Caitlyn, and tell her about it.
And how did you communicate that to Caitlyn?
So I texted her about how Elwyn wanted to.
Actually, withdrawn, I apologize.
No ruling.
Sorry, can you say it
I
again?
can try to ask the same question again. How did you communicate to Caitlyn that Ellen wanted to talk to her?
So I texted her that Elwyn just had her first day at the preschool and that she wanted to talk to her.
Did Ellen and Caitlyn talk that day?
I don't think so, no.
What, if anything, did you offer to do for Caitlyn after the argument?
So eventually, just because I was worried about this, well, actually, I'll back up a minute. I hadn't seen Valen, and so I want to see if she was okay.
Non-responsive.
Overruled.
I was checking on Valen, wanted to see if she was okay, so I texted Rob, her dad, and just to see if he could go over and check on Valen and just see how she was, which he did, but he said that he didn't actually see her, that Valen was sleeping, and that he just didn't want to push the subject, so he just kind of left it alone.
And how did that make you feel?
So obviously a little disappointed, but yeah.
And did you offer to do anything for Caitlyn at that point?
And so at that point, I was just thinking, okay, if I can just text her and say, okay, you can claim Elwyn and Valen on your taxes, and if I just say that that's okay, will you still bring Valen to New Hampshire?
And what response did you get?
And she said yes.
Did you do anything else to make sure that Caitlyn would bring Valen?
So I did, I think I had already done this actually, but I did reimburse her for the plane ticket. And I was still sending her what I could, money-wise.
What else did you do after the argument?
I guess I can't think of anything specific afterwards.
You testified earlier you had talked to your family court, or your child custody.
Oh, yes, yes.
Can you tell us about what you did in relation to the
Okay, well,
family lawyer? Or, I'm sorry, in Minnesota.
yes,
Okay, to
the
the
Minnesota
lawyer in
attorney,
Minnesota.
yes. So I was trying to retain her, so I was paying her hourly, but I wanted to retain her just because, again, I was worried that something was going to happen, so I was trying to get a retainer. She was needing $4,000, and I was tight on money, especially with the move. So I was trying to figure out what to do. I was thinking about selling my car, but didn't actually do it, and then was trying a credit union, and my credit wasn't that great at the time, so got denied for that. I was just trying to figure out ways to make it work.
Were you able to retain the lawyer?
No.
Did Caitlyn end up coming to New Hampshire?
She did, yes.
And did she bring Valen?
Yes.
As far as you know, where was she staying when she got here?
As far as I knew, with Brenda or one of her rental properties.
One of Brenda's rental properties?
Yes.
Had you offered to let Caitlyn stay with you?
I did. I texted her about how I kind of figured that she would.
May we approach?
Yes.
All right, another sidebar. So he's getting up to the shooting part. So he's made it to so February 14th. He left on the 20th, I think he said. So yeah, he's talking about his Caitlyn's mom and dad. That's Rob and Lori. So he's talking about this February 14th. They had an argument. Caitlyn wanted to have the kids, the girls, put them on her taxes so she could claim them. He was trying to get a retainer for $4,000. Wasn't able to do that. He had Caitlyn's dad, I think she said it was adopted dad or whatever, wanted Rob to go over and check on Valen. He said he went over and I guess Valen was sleeping. He didn't push the subject, so of course he was upset about that, meaning Dustin was upset about that. He said they did eventually get to New Hampshire and they stayed at one of Brenda's rental properties. So that's what do you guys think? I got a poll going. Do you think Dustin? Do you believe him? Do you believe Dustin and his testimony? So far, there's been no proof other than the call logs. Sure, we saw some call logs, but we have no idea with these text messages. I have no idea about any of this. I mean, there's no proof. This is all just him. Right? It's all just him. Debbie, he was concerned. He wanted to get a retainer because he was more concerned. Well, he says he was more concerned about Caitlyn calling law enforcement because he says she was threatening him that, hey, I'm going to call the police and say that you're kidnapping Elowen. So he was trying to get a retainer for that. That's what he says. So that's what he's saying. Lily Wayne, at this rate, he will still be on the stand Monday. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, because they leave at 4. They're 4 o'clock. They leave at 4, and it's 3:07, 3:08. Yeah, so basically, about 10 after 3. They leave in 50 minutes. This will absolutely be going into Monday. Absolutely. And we have Bianca Ellis. We have Bianca Ellis's sentencing on Monday, starting at 8:30. So let's not forget about that. And Sunny Bell was moved from Monday to Sunny Bell's was moved out. So yeah, Bianca Ellis is going to be Monday. So we're going to cover that, and we'll probably dual stream. Just letting you guys know right now. Bianca Ellis starts at 8:30, and these guys go on at 9. So we'll probably be dual streaming on Monday. So just so you know. So let's see. Mikazador, I need a Georgia Kappelman style cross with tabs, aka receipts, right? Debbie, okay, it still sounds strange. Yeah. Well, again, that's what he says. I'm only going off of what he's saying. He's saying he was afraid because Caitlyn is threatening him. I'm going to call the police. I'm saying, I'm going to call the police and say that you're kidnapping our daughters. Well, at least Elowen. And so he wanted, and he said that, I think they said that in openings, and I think he said that in his interrogation as well. So again, this is all his side of the story. It's all his side of the story.
Sustained in part, subject to rephrase.
Had you offered to let Caitlyn stay with you?
Yes.
And did she take you up on that?
And she said no.
And without saying the content of the messages, how were you aware that she did not want to stay with you? Or that why did you think she didn't want to stay with you?
Objection, Your Honor. in terms of phrasing of the question, I'm not sure how we get to that without hearsay.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yep.
Oh, come on. Oi, 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 oi. Richard's waiting for me to stand up and yell, objection, objection. Amy Cazador, that little 100-pound mom holding a child, said the meanest words to him. I know, Charlife. What the what? Elizabeth, these poor jurors. And yeah, Pammy. Oh my God. All right, hold on. Widespread. Clearly she was a threat to his little feelings, right? Very well. If she says no, it's objection. Debbie, yeah, he seems, hold on. He seems irritated. I took a screenshot of him when she interrupted him and he was like put his jaw to the side, like you mother, you could just hear him. You could just hear him. Should be keeping track. Well, you know what? Side by drink. Guess who is keeping track? Scott. Shh, don't tell him. I'm going to sneak in and see how many
Did you receive a
sidebars.
text that caused you to believe Caitlyn did not want to stay with you?
Yes.
Did you and Caitlyn plan to meet while she was in New Hampshire?
Yes.
Where did you plan to meet?
So we had figured out a restaurant halfway between Hampton and Berlin.
Do you remember what town the restaurant was in?
Ossipee.
What was it called?
Harley Jack's.
What did you think would happen when you went to Harley Jack's?
That we would all meet. So Caitlyn, me, Ellen, Valen, and Brenda, and that we would all sit down, have dinner together, and then Caitlyn and Brenda would then leave, leaving Valen and Ellen with me.
Did Caitlyn send you any messages the day that you were supposed to meet at Harley Jack's?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
Objection.
May we approach, Judge?
Sure.
Yes, we have lots of pictures of Caitlyn. Let's see, I could put up one real quick here. I could put up a quick picture of Caitlyn. We have her on our thumbnail, but here's a quick one of her. Let's see here. Before they come back from their side. So that'd be 53. That'd be 53. According to Scott, there were 52, now there's 53. Let's see. This is just one. There's lots of photos of her, but this is one. Oops. Nope. That's one photo of her. She actually has quite a lot. Here's another one. There's another one of her. She's 5'114". 114 pounds. He's 6'190", I think. 180, 190, something. Oh no, he's 5'11", I think. I think he's under 6 foot. So. I have her obituary. I'll show at the end. Once we're done here, I'll show it. Yeah, I have. It's a forever page or ever loved. I'll show that at the end. I found that when we were doing our research. I found I'll show that afterwards when they're done. They should be done. Pretty sure they're done at 4. Judge says it. Yeah, it's a 9 to 4 courtroom. So yeah, she looks like a fun, free-loving free-spirited, I should say, free-spirited kind of gal. I don't know what she did. I'm not sure what her which she did to earn money. I have no idea if she went to school, but we can look at her page. I'll pull that up at the end. Let me so I remind myself. Yeah, there's a ton of pictures. All right, so once we're done here, she goes by Caitlyn Chi, I guess, Chi, Chi or Chai, probably Chi, Ray, Raye, and Naffziger. So once we're done with this, I'll pull this up and we can look through it. Yeah, she looks cool, right? She looks like she's pretty cool. From Anoka, Minnesota, passed away February 29th. She was the victim of a violent crime. She was 31 and the loving mother of 2 young girls. She's survived by her parents, Lori and Sandy. I'm sorry, Lori and Rob. They had both been married before. She has a brother and a twin sister. She has a brother and a twin sister. Didn't we know that, though? Didn't we know that they're not identical? Did we know that? Was that them or was that another trial? She has a memorial fund. She's raised, please consider a donation. Let's go to her GoFundMe. Hold on. She has a GoFundMe. Her goal was $50,000. Let me see. What's her GoFundMe? She's raised $34,502. She's raised $35,502. Her goal is $50,000. Seems like the last person who has donated was 12 days ago. So they're at 70% of their goal. So Bailey is the organizer. Who's Bailey? Oh, that's her brother. That's her brother. Bailey is organizing it. Bailey is organizing it. So we'll look at, okay.
Before you met up at Harley Jack's, did you text Caitlyn to ask, is it just you and Brenda?
Yes.
And did she respond, she'll drop me and Balin?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Sure.
Okay, we actually got through, I think, 5 words. I think we actually made it through 5 words. Well, at this point, they're not even going to get through direct today. Kathy, this makes my head and my heart hurt. My head and my heart hurt. Yep. Sherry, you read her obituary early on. Yeah. Well, here I'll read some of it while we're waiting here. Hold on. Read full obituary. So they had a memorial service June 21st of 2024 in Andover, Minnesota. Let me go to this GoFundMe again because her brother wrote a really nice piece. Let me see. Let me go to this again. All right. Lori Smith, Caitlyn's mother, and Grammy to the girls would like to use this platform to extend a few words of gratitude. There truly, I guess this is, her mom wrote this, there truly is an unlimited number of people deserving of thank yous, people who have donated time, money, and resources after the tragic loss of my daughter. I'd like to take a minute to recognize just some of these incredible people. First, it is important that I thank the multiple anonymous people who called in tips after the Amber Alert went off. I would likely I will likely never know who you are, but we are forever indebted to you for allowing the safe rescue of the girls. Thank you for remaining diligent hours after the alert initially went off. To Caitlyn's Aunt Brenda and Uncle Mark for providing housing and transportation for me, the kids, and our many helpers for the 69 days we were stuck in New Hampshire. Thank you for your generosity. I wouldn't have been able to give the girls a stable home without you. So sounds like her mom has the kids at this point. To Taylor, Bailey, Heather, Rob, Sandy, Annie, and Alicia for flying out to surround the girls with loving family. Thank you for your sacrifice from your lives back in Minnesota. Your visits helped create a little pocket of home in a foreign area. To family friend Shannon, I think she's the one with Brenda, thank you for your help nearly every day in New Hampshire. Your use of your network.
So you testified that you had asked who was going to be at Harley Jack's.
Yes.
And based on the response you got, what were you thinking?
I was thinking that Brenda was just going to drop Caitlyn off.
And what did it mean to you that based on the text you got, you thought that Brenda was just going to drop Caitlyn off?
So I was immediately confused because that's a long drive. That's like an hour and a half, whatever it is, to meet us. And then how is she going to pick you back up? Like, is she just going to drive all the way up there and then leave and then come back and then pick her up? In which I think I texted her something along those lines afterwards.
And did you get a response to your inquiry?
I did not, no.
Did you end up going to Harley Jack's?
I did.
What day?
That would have been February 28th.
Can you please write that date on the calendar?
Yes.
We can take that calendar back from you. Judge, at this point, I'm going to move to strike the ID from Defense Exhibit E and have it entered as a full exhibit.
No objection.
The ID may be stricken and it shall be considered as a full exhibit.
Your Honor, may I have a motion to adjourn?
Certainly.
And I'll just let you know there's some information on the side page.
And you know as soon as I start to talk, they're going to come back. So maybe if I talk, they'll come back. Yeah, if we get to cross, no, we're not getting to cross because they haven't even talked about the shooting yet. They haven't talked about the shooting. They haven't talked about his arrest. And this isn't even a sidebar. I'll get to anthrax after. I don't want to start a story and then have to stop it. And there's no wide shot, so I have no idea where anybody is other than just him.
When you went to Harley Jack's on February 28th, did you take Elwyn with you?
Yes.
Did Caitlyn also go to Harley Jack's?
Yes,
Who got there first?
I did.
Where were you when Caitlyn got there?
I was inside the restaurant with Elwyn.
What happened when Caitlyn got there?
So she called me to say to come outside because she had a bag of Valen's things and to put it in the trunk. So that's what I did. Came out and grabbed it and put it in the trunk. And then the four of us, Caitlyn, myself, Elwyn, and Valen, went inside the restaurant.
Was Brenda there?
No.
What happened when the four of you went inside the restaurant?
So we sat down, had a meal. We didn't, Caitlyn and I specifically, we didn't talk really. We were really just interacting with the kids, Ellen and Valen.
And at some point, what did you decide to do when you were leaving Harley Jack's?
Well, I didn't get to make a decision. So Caitlyn started talking to Elwyn and asking her to see her new house, to see Elwyn's new house. So at that point, I was taking it like she wanted to come back to the house.
And what did you think when you were taking it like Caitlyn wanted to come back to the house?
So again, I'm really confused because she explicitly said she did not want to come back to the house. And so I didn't know what was going on. Like why was all of a sudden the plan changing? So I was hesitant, but I just agreed that, okay, fine, you can come back for the night, but it would just be for the night, just the one night.
And what happened after you left the restaurant?
We got in my car and drove to the house in Berlin.
Who's we?
So myself, Caitlyn, Elwyn, and Valen.
And was this still February 28th of 2024?
Yes.
You need to look at the calendar, let me know, but what day of the week was February 28th, 2024?
Wednesday.
And what were the sleeping arrangements that night at your house?
So My bed was set up in just my bedroom, and then I had an air mattress that I got for Elwin and I before our pods arrived, just for something to sleep on. But then, so I slept, myself and Valen slept in my bed, and then Caitlyn and Elwin slept on the air mattress.
What did you do the next morning, Thursday, the 29th?
So right away in the morning, I made breakfast, and we went to the public library. It just happened to coincide with bi-monthly, they had a arts and craft, like kids arts and craft thing at the public library. So we went there just as a family, and just went through the story time, and Elwin made just the character from the story with like cotton balls and glitter and stuff like that.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 8. Can you see that craft you described with pom-poms or cotton balls?
Yes.
Where is it?
So it's right in front of the coffee maker on the far left of the picture.
Can I publish to the jury, too?
Sure, Attorney Carroll's, I think, which one of 8?
State's 8.
Is there a specific letter on it?
Maybe O? Yeah, 8O.
8O, okay. Thank you very much. Certainly.
Where did you go after children's story time and arts and crafts at the library?
I went back to the house.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay, certainly.
Now, this is a sidebar, but it's not an objection. It's just, Your Honor, can we approach? So I don't know if are they considering this a sidebar? When you ask the judge to approach, is that considered a sidebar too? I guess so, right? All right, so they're getting to the day of. So Caitlyn sleeps over. So she's on the air mattress with Elwin. He sleeps with Valen in his bedroom. Let's see. Okay, oh yeah, so they meet at this place, Harley Jack's. Caitlyn arrives, called him to come outside to help with a bag. Brenda was not there. And then Caitlyn says, Elwin, I want to come back and see your new house. He said that in his interview where he was like, she would just start to talk to the kids and be like, oh, do you want mommy to come back to see your house, that kind of thing. I mean, yeah, these things can be annoying if you're not in alignment with the person. I get it, but man, he's not controlling. He certainly didn't control his emotions, that's for sure. His impulse control. But he's saying, well, that's the way he was trained. He was trained to take out the threat. I don't know. I have my questions and my doubts about that, but
We are going to conclude there for the day and for the week. So once again, just a series of instructions. You've been very attentive to my instructions, and I appreciate that. Because it is going to be over a weekend, we will start again 9 o'clock on Monday. Between now and then, please do not discuss the case with yourselves or with anybody else. And I realize that we're going to be, it's going to be a 2-day break, but please discuss the case with nobody else. Please don't do any research about anything that you've heard about as part of this proceeding, including any online research, any visiting of any locations or anything like that. Take no action in that regard whatsoever. Again, there is a media presence here. Please do not research any aspect of this, and please go so far as to avoid any interaction with anybody relative to the content of the media coverage as well. Please try to avoid any inadvertent exposure. And with those as the instructions, and again, I appreciate your attentiveness to these instructions. We'll resume again 9 o'clock on Monday. And with that, I wish you a good weekend and take care.
All ayes.
Mr. Duren, you can step down if you'd like. Because Monday may end up being accelerated relative to the number of things that have to be done over the course of the day, my intention is to get to you folks a draft of the second half of the jury instructions with the understanding that it is completely, and I emphasize this in the greatest possible terms, a rough draft, but I recognize everyone's ability to prepare zealously with respect to their specific positions. I want to get a rough draft to everybody when I can, with absolutely no indication one way or another of how I'm ultimately going to rule, but I want to make sure that I've got at least a structure out there and a format so that counsel can at least be prepared to make their arguments and see at least the general format of how I intend to instruct. Obviously, there's still testimony to be received. I have not made any decisions because the evidence has not closed, and I have not heard counsel's arguments with respect to everything, but I would rather start that process with the understanding that it is completely rough draft, subject to both legal argument and factual argument and the close of evidence not having been completed. Any objection to starting that process from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection from defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, once again, I know folks will need to tailor we need to have a long charging conference and we'll need to tailor closing arguments with respect to the instructions, so I want to give you enough time to do that so everybody's doing their job. Okay? Anything further before we break for the weekend?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Have a good weekend.
All right, you guys up for some Chaz? It looks like you guys are. You're on board. All right. Well, we'll set it up for 4 o'clock, so we'll give Joe 20 minutes. Is Joe in our? Joe is in our chat. All right. All right, Joe. You have to drop your your clue before we break. So we have it set for 4 o'clock. So I wanted to show you her. I wanted to show you Caitlyn's. I guess forever page, basically her obituary. Let me show you this. All right. All right, here's her obituary. So you can see I can zoom in on these. Oops, nope. Stay in the loop. Okay. So here's some pictures of her. So there's some pictures of her. I'm assuming that's her dad, maybe, the guy with the beard there. I'm not sure who all these people are. So there's her obituary, or pictures, I should say. Hold on, let me come over here. All right, so that's about, so this is, so she's made, they did 34,000 they've raised, not made, they've raised 34,000 with the GoFundMe. Let's see. Memories, photos. Oh, okay, so this is, I have to, this is if I want to post a memory. See if I can. All right. I thought I could maybe click on those images and it would, what's this timeline? So she was born March 10th, 92 and passed away February 29th, 2024. What does events show? So that's the program that they had. trying to get to the top of the page. I can't get to the top of the page. Not able to scroll right now. Yeah, I can't scroll. Where's Joe? Joe, where are you? Joe. All right, let me text him. All right, we'll give Joe a few minutes. We'll give Joe a few minutes and then I'll post it. Let's see. No. All right. That was good. Oh, I can tell you my anthrax story. While we look at this poor girl's obituary, I'll get out of there. It's not appropriate while we do that. All right, so Hendricks, please call Joe, please. That one got to me. That's a good one. All right, anthrax story. Okay, so went to New York because I wanted to get into television. Ended up going into audio. Worked for theater technology. Then I worked for AVR, which is audio visual rentals, and it's exactly what it is. They would rent AV equipment to people that were having events. It was a fun gig because I went out to San Diego. We did a pharmaceutical out there, one of their year-end conferences. So that was a blast. While there, one of my claim to fame was I put a mic on Susan Sarandon because she was doing an event. So I was able to mic up Susan Sarandon. I was totally like. I was like 22, I think, 21, 22. Totally in love with Susan Sarandon, and I got to mic her up. So anthrax. So this company, they had what they called the back 40, and they had this huge. It was like the size of a basketball court, and that's where they would, because they had drapes. You had like these huge drapes, for these events. And these drapes would be, 30, 40 feet. They're huge, right? And so they would, and that's where we would test all of our equipment and all this stuff. So they ended up hiring out this place they called, like I said, the Back 40. And Anthrax was doing their tour, and it was the one with the Bullseye or whatever. I think it was the Bullseye tour. I forget which tour that was. It was like 88. It was the 88 tour, whatever tour that was. Anyway, so they show up, and because we were somebody had to babysit them, so they weren't showing up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. No, these guys showed up at like 11 o'clock, midnight. And so we had to babysit them, make sure, they didn't burn the place down. So of course they were doing all kinds of stuff. They were doing all kinds of stuff. And we ended up, the band members, they were the band members. We were just like techs, right? So we were just technicians. We weren't anybody, you know, we weren't hot girls. So we were just, you know, we were just kids, just guys. So we got to, you know, was it Scotty? And I met him, and who was the singer? I forget the singer's name right now. Yeah, and the guitarist, and yeah, actually our drummer was talking to their drummer for a little while. But anyway, we ended up talking mostly. I ended up talking mostly to their roadies, right? So you know, they were just telling us story after story after story. But we got to listen to their. Basically, it was a sound check. So they set up their stage as if it was, you know, going on tour, and so we got to hang out with their engineers. We got to check out, you know, their whole rig, because we were all in a band. Like, we had formed a band at that point. So we were hanging out with them for that, and the roadies were showing us. They had books, and that's pretty much all I'm going to say. So we were looking through their books, and it was eye opening. It was eye opening, because this is what the roadies were engaged with, and they're like, you know, we're only doing half of, you know, what you're seeing, what we're showing you is only half of what goes on. And I was just like, wow. Because again, I was like 22 years old. And of course, you know, I read the stories about Zeppelin and, you know, Morrison and all that stuff. But then to, like, you know, they literally, you guys, they had like books of girls, you know, and it was just like, Jesus. So it was kind of eye opening to me. So that's my Anthrax story. So we hung out with them for the night. We got to hear them play their set, which was pretty cool. And yeah, so that was that. So it was women. It was women that they slept with. I'm going to go with that. It was basically the women that the band didn't want, so the roadies got what the band didn't want. So we'll just leave it at that. And it was they were in all kinds of compromising positions, and you know, it was that. Yeah, they probably each roadie, there was probably about 5 or 6 roadies. They each had like 3 or 4 books, and they were just like, yeah, here, look through them. And we're just like, are you kidding me? I mean, it was just unbelievable. Yeah, the groupies. Yep, that was what there was. There was the groupies. So anyway, yes, that was fun. That was a fun. I mean, it wasn't fun seeing these. I mean, and they weren't like, it wasn't like S&M. It wasn't anything gross. I mean, they seemed to be wanting it. They seemed to be, you know, it wasn't like they were tied up. It wasn't anything gross like that. It was just them backstage, you know, whatever, in the hotel rooms, that kind of stuff. You know, looking back on it, I'm like, I hope they weren't being drugged. I don't know. I don't know what was going on with them. So Aaron says, I never heard that story. I'm pretty sure I told you. Pretty sure I told you that story, but I guess Aaron says she's never heard of that before. Yes, binders of women, groupies galore. That's what it was. Yeah, Aaron, surprise. But yeah, so that's my Anthrax. So what tour was that? It was the one with the, you know, what was it? Anthrax albums. It was 1980. It must have been 1988. What's their State of Euphoria? Is that what it was? Yeah, State of Euphoria. So it's the one with, it was like the orange and red bullseye. It's that what do you call it? It was that tour. It was this one. You guys know it. Here, it's this one. This is the album cover, but this was their set was, this was their set. This is what their set looked like. I'm sorry, their stage, I should say. It was their stage. It's this one. For anybody, I mean, it's that one. So it was like the bullseye, the orange and yellow bullseye. So that's what their stage looked like. So. Yeah, so. Yeah, Scott Eden was cool. He was the guitarist. I think he was lead guitar. He was pretty cool. I talked to him for a few minutes. And my friend, the drummer that I was playing with, he talked to their drummer. I forget his name right now. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun. Again, for a 21, 22-year-old, I guess I was like, wow. So, All right. Did Joe drop the hint yet? Joe, are you with us? Did Joe drop the hint, you guys? Did Joe drop his hint yet? Joe has not dropped his hint. All right, I'm going to go ahead and do it for Joe. I'll go ahead and do it so that we can move on to Chazzy Boy. All right. All right, I'm going to do Joe's clue here. All right, I'm going to do Joe's clue. And if he does it himself, then that's cool. So we'll have two of them. All right, so Joe Schmo. Ground control to Joe Schmo. Right? Well, that's a good one. Joe Schmo, clue number 5. All right, clue number 5. Joe is a no Schmo. Ground control to Joe Schmo. All right, Joe Schmo, clue number 5. Judge Bev had tickets to see the Egyptian King's tour. Judge Bev had tickets to see the Egyptian King's tour. King's tour. Joe must have gone down the Yellow Brick Road again. Right. So Joe Schmo, clue number 5. Playing Vincent Funari. Judge Bev had tickets to see the Egyptian King's tour. All right. So I'm going to read. Hold on a sec. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and read. I'll read 3 clues. I'll do Joe. All right, I'll do Joe. Here, hold on. I'll do Vincent, Mitzi, and Kevin. Oh no, I'll do Lori. And then Aaron is going to post. Hold on a sec. So Aaron is going to post Donna, Sarah, and Kevin. Let me just double check with her if that's cool. So just give me a sec to make sure that we're on the same page with that. Okay. So we're cool with that? Yes, I know. All right, so I'm going to say Vincent, Mitzi, and Lori. All right, so I'm doing Vincent Funari, Joe Schmo. Clue number 5. Judge Bev had tickets to see the Egyptian King's tour. Gimbers, just in time for the clues. Yes. Okay, so all right, hold on. Let me get. Oh, I have too many things open here. Hold on. All right. All right. Before we do that, let's do this. Let's make it official. Okay.
They say justice is blind, but here in Springfield, justice just met her match. Judge Beverly Cannoni was found dead in her chambers in the early morning hours on October 1st. The courthouse was locked. No signs of forced entry. 6 people were inside that night, each with a motive. But did they have the opportunity and means? Let's meet our characters. Kevin Smith, played by Psychosaurus Rex, the sharp-tongued defense attorney for one Dexter Morgan. He swears he was prepping motions, but the judge had just denied his last one with a public scolding that still echoes through these halls. Lori Daybell is played by Widespread Panic. She was here for a divorce hearing, the kind that involves celestial witnesses and inconvenient corpses. Donna Adelson, portrayed by Ossie Gardner, is elegant, calculated, and allegedly here for a real estate dispute. Judge Gononi had recently frozen one of her trust accounts. Let's just say it wasn't the beach house. Sarah Boone, played by Green-Eyed Cat, back for a pretrial conference. Her relationship with confinement is complicated. Courthouse Public Information Officer Vincent Finari, portrayed by Joe Schmo. He's the man who knows everything that's about to go public, and a lot that isn't. Detective Mitzi Roberts, played by the Trial Channel, has seen it all. Crime scenes, courtroom chaos, and text messages no one should ever have to read. But when Judge Beverly Connolly ends up dead, this time the detective's the one under the microscope. Detective Sam, played by Florida PI Sam. She was first on the crime scene, and what she saw still haunts her. Notorious Jules as the lead prosecutor. Will she ask the right questions to uncover the killer, or will the killer get to her first? Over the next 2 weeks, you'll hear from every one of them, in streams, in sidebars, and whispers that sound too true to be rehearsed. Each one claims innocence. Will you be able to uncover the truth? On Halloween night, we'll bring them all to the stand in a mock trial to uncover the truth. The jury, you, will have a chance to ask questions of our suspects and ultimately uncover who killed Judge Bev Cannoni. Welcome to the Courthouse of Horror, the case of the Black Mask. Court is now in session.
All right. So we are completing week 1. We have week 1 in the books, and I'm going to read the 3 clues, and then Aaron will post the other 3 clues that I do not read on our social media accounts. So I get, okay, I get Vincent. Okay, I get Mitzi, Lori. Okay, I get Lori. Let me do Lori first. Widespread Panic, playing Lori Daybell. A salt-stained journal was found in her bag filled with prophecies about the cleansing of the harbor. A salt-stained journal was found in her bag filled with prophecies about the cleansing of the harbor. So that's Lori Daybell, played by Widespread Panic. All right. A salt-stained journal was found in her bag filled with prophecies about the cleansing of the harbor. And then, let's see, I get Mitzi. Mitzi Roberts, played by the Trial Channel. A single black bow tie was found under the witness stand. Clue number 5 from Mitzi Roberts, played by the Trial Channel. A single black bow tie was found under... Oh no, what did I do wrong? I did something wrong. Hold on. Let me go to Lori. Did I screw it up? Oh, I screwed it up. Okay, sorry, my bad. I screwed it up. Okay. I screwed it up. My bad. All right, clue number 5. Sorry, forget that I said that. Clue number, well, now you have clue number 4 from yesterday. All right, clue number 5. Clue number 5 from Lori Daybell, Widespread. Right, clue number 5, we're up to clue number 5. Clue number 5. After the murder, I took comfort and would calmly feed the seagulls at the overlook, humming a hymn about resurrection and redemption. All right, so Lori Daybell, played by Widespread Panic. After the murder, I took comfort and would calmly feed the seagulls at the overlook, humming a hymn about resurrection and redemption. Clue number 5 from Mitzi Roberts, played by the Trial Channel. A single black bow tie was found under the witness stand. And then I also get Vincent Funari. Clue number 5 from Vincent Funari, played by Joe Schmo. Judge Bev had tickets to see the Egyptian King's tour. All right. So those are my 5. Or those are the 3, I should say, for clue 5. All right. We got all those, and then Aaron's going to post the others, Donna, Sarah, and Kevin on our social media accounts. All right. That went too fast. Do you want me to read that again? That's an old clue? Okay, I'll read it again. Do you need me to read it again? That was clue number 4. Yes, thank you for that. I think then I went back and I did it right. Do you guys need me to read it again? Or are we good? I'll read it again if you guys want me to. Do you want me to read them again? All right, I'll read them one more time. Okay. All right. One more time. Hold on. Okay, one more time. One more time. Lori Daybell. After the murder, I took comfort and would calmly feed the seagulls at the overlook, humming a hymn about resurrection and redemption. After the murder, I took comfort and would calmly feed the seagulls at the overlook, humming a hymn about resurrection and redemption. Mitzi Roberts, played by the Trial Channel. Clue number 5. A single black bow tie was found under the witness stand. A single black bow tie was found under the witness stand. And then Vincent Finari, Judge Bev had tickets to see the Egyptian King's tour. All right, Judge Bev had tickets to see the Egyptian King's tour. All right. Now we're good. Now we're done. All right, let's get ready for Chaz. Let's get ready for Chaz. Real happy. Organizing clues is at the top of my to-do list this weekend. Yes. All right, let's get ready for Chaz. Let's get ready for Chaz. Chazzy Chaz. All right, guys, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you spending your whole day with us. And now we're going to get into Chaz Halderson, day 4 for Chazzy Boy. So thank you for joining us. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron for creating great visuals, videos, and the graphics. Aaron's going to be dropping the other 3 clues on our social media accounts, so go check them out. We do ask that if you think you have the idea, if you think you have the answer, if you think you figured it out, please email us. Don't post it anywhere, because we just want to let people keep guessing until the night of. So if you think you have it, please email it to us, info@trialtvlive.com. So if you think you have it, don't post it anywhere. Think of it as the jury. You're not allowed to deliberate until the day of. So you can talk amongst yourselves, on our social media accounts, which you guys are, and in our comment section. But by now don't do it in live chat. And then if you think you have figured it out, email us, info@trialtvlive.com. And we'll read it. We'll read those answers the day of, which will be Halloween. So, with all of that, yes, Erin does rock. Erin rocks. Yes, she does, Pammy. All right, JMS, thank you. All right, Dina, thank you. All right, guys, thanks for joining us, and we'll see you over at Chandler. Redirect is in place. All right, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you over at Chandler. If you don't want to watch Chandler, we're going to pick back up on Duren on Monday, I guess 9 o'clock. So it'll be 8:45. So we'll see you guys then. Have a great weekend if I don't see you before. And if not, we'll see you over at Chaz Halderson. Have a good one, guys. Bye.